Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2017 Boom Doubles. I'm Mike Flanagan, joined this weekend by Dennis Hacker, and we're looking forward to bringing you 8 games of this A squad qualifying. Dennis, it's nice to have you here.
It's been a while, Mike. Glad to be back. I think it was Bo and Dave Lamont and you and everybody back last year at the InsideBowling.com Open in St. Louis.
Yeah, so bowling's getting underway now, so we'll take you out to the lanes. We'll take you over to lanes 5 and 6 and 7 and 8, where we have Aaron McCarthy bowling with Kyle Barnes, Chris Johnson bowling with Dino Castillo, Sean Lavery with Paul Henderson, and Matt Hicks with Patrick Martinez starting us out this morning. 8-game qualifying block, as we said, here at the Boom Doubles. We are in Little Rock, Arkansas, here at Professor Bowl West. Dave and Jeanette Gibson, the proprietors here. This is the second year for this event, and we were happy to bring you the coverage last year here. And Dennis, your first venture here. It's a 36-lane bowling center, and Tamara Dunning and her crew have a nice place here and have done a nice job getting this tournament put on.
Very, very unique entryway into the bowling center here. It's a bit of a challenge. I was watching some of the guys this morning drag their bowling balls up those steps outside. A couple of them were actually discussing that strategy-wise yesterday, saying it's better to bring them in last night and recover from it than having to do it this morning when they were getting ready to bowl. So
this oil pattern, I know we were looking at it on their Facebook page. If you're looking for more information about the tournament, go over to Facebook and type in the Boom Doubles, and you'll see over on the Facebook page more information about the event. Demanding lane pattern, but some people last night said it's not quite as demanding as last year. We will wait and see if that is true.
It sure looked challenging to me yesterday when I was in here. I don't know how many sweepers they had prior to the one that I watched. It was the last one of the day yesterday, so it might have been 1 or 2 prior to that. I know they didn't recondition in between. It looked like most of the guys that I saw yesterday were attacking the pattern from the inside. Brad Miller, for instance, crossing the arrows at around 22 and not getting it outside the out-of-bounds area for sure, because there was one of those. I saw Cameron Doyle make use of the out-of-bounds area a couple of times yesterday. These guys are going to go pretty quick. It looks like there's one team to a lane, so 2 teams to a pair. With moving, they're going to actually they split up. They don't bowl with the same people all day. I heard them say earlier that the left lane moves left, the right lane moves right, so they'll be bowling with different people on each pair each game. Should take about a half an hour a game, and so that means we'll be done with the morning squad around noontime, it looks like.
Yeah, we'll have a second squad today coming up with 31 teams so far, and you can still sign up for the tournament. You can get down here and sign up and bowl if you're within driving distance. You can get here. They are still taking teams for the second squad today. It starts at 2:30. The squad this morning, it looks like we have 31 teams on the squad.
$10,000 guaranteed first place for this tournament with right now 62 teams, if I heard you right.
Yeah.
Signed up already. There is a re-entry squad this evening, and I believe that if you bowl on the A squad this morning, you can also re-enter this afternoon on their B squad.
If you so wish,
if you want to do that too. Little steep on the entry fee for a lot of people, I would imagine, but not for the 62 teams that are already signed up. Obviously, I think it's $200 a person to bowl the 8 games, and then just to give you an idea of what's going to happen tomorrow, we're going to bring back the top 1/4 of the field. Going to bowl 4 more games, I believe, in the morning, and then cut to 8 for round robin match play in the afternoon.
And last year it was 12, so it will go a little bit faster. I know that it ran pretty long last year, and this year should run a little quicker and a little more smoother and get some folks out of here and get them home at a reasonable time, including us.
Absolutely. Already folks standing around behind watching this morning, too. That's pretty cool to have them in the bowling center at 8:15 a.m. 8:07 a.m., sorry. Already people in the second frame scratching their head.
That's always good.
The fresh is always tough, though, don't you think?
Yeah.
One of these things, you got to get through the first couple of games. A lot of surface that I'm seeing used out there right now.
This is the slickest lane surface in the business, the Brunswick Pro Anvil lane.
I believe my oil pattern, if I looked at it right last night, around 29 mils total volume on the lane, 43 feet long. I'm seeing.
All right, guys, this is the last call for brackets and big boards. Last call for brackets and big boards.
Quite a few lefties out there this morning already, too.
There are a couple of notable ones also here in the field. Anthony Pepe is here, PBA champion.
Kevin Williams is right in front of us. You can't see him right now. We've got cameras on 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 15 through 18 out here this morning. And already in the chat, Aaron Richardson was asking to see George Gohagen and Jody's pair. We're working on getting that to you just here in a few minutes. You can imagine that the prize fund, the $10,000 on top guaranteed for this tournament, would bring some names.
Here is George Gohagen, by the way. We've got that up and ready to go for you now. Ask and you shall receive.
To a point. This morning on this squad, besides the folks that you're watching, we've got Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson paired up. I'm just going to give you a couple of ideas of who's on. We already talked about Aaron McCarthy and Kyle Barnes bowling together, Chris Johnson and Dino Castillo, Kyle Sherman and Brad Miller bowling together this morning, DJ Archer and Anthony Thompson. I believe there's a partial list on the Boom Scratch Doubles page on Facebook if you want to check out and see who's on what squads. Kevin Williams is here, one of the other lefties that we were talking about. Jody and George bowling together. Anthony Pepe's bowling with Farrell Williams. Chris Barnes and Cameron Doyle are on this squad this morning.
Yeah, and I haven't seen them yet this morning.
They're about 10 pairs or 10 lanes down to our right. I saw them earlier. Shea Bittenbender and Tim Barrett here this morning on this squad.
I know a lot of people were talking yesterday about who the favorite might be, coming in, and Doyle and Barnes are kind of sort of, I guess, what you would call the favorites if you were to set odds on this. And another team I know a lot of people were talking about yesterday was that Bittenbender and Barrett team.
Well, if you have any knowledge of bowling overall, you can't look at those two guys and count them out anytime. They are and for that matter, Brad Miller and Kyle. I mean, those two guys are also one that they would consider a threat anytime they get together.
Yeah, and the other thing you can say about Brad Miller and Kyle, and there's other teams like this as well, but they will bowl as many times as they need to today. I could see them bowling all three squads. If they don't have luck in squad 1 or 2, I could see them actually participating in all three squads today. They are bowlers.
Now they bowled the sweeper that I watched yesterday, and I believe that was their first one of the day. I think they had just gotten down here, and so it looked a little rocky at the beginning, them feeling the condition out, but by the time they got and it was interesting, it's a 2-game sweeper, and in game 2, I saw Brad Miller switch balls probably at least 3 times, and they weren't the same balls that he used in the first game, and it looked to me like he was just trying to feel out that part of the lane with different equipment and watch the shape. He wasn't concerned about what was happening in the squad.
Glad you're with us this morning at the 2017 Boom Doubles. I'm Mike Flanagan, joined by Dennis Hacker here in the booth. And we're just underway in our A-Squad qualifying. We're getting set up here in the booth still. We've got you set up with 2 pairs at once, times 2. A little different setup for us. We hope you're enjoying a little bit more coverage and being able to see more of your favorite players out on the lanes participate. This event is taking place in Little Rock, Arkansas. We're on the Central Time Zone today. We've got NHL hockey and NBA playoffs going on throughout the sports world. Also, the Major League Baseball season is in its 3rd week, I believe, of the season.
I think so. And it sounds like there's a dirt bike race going on in the Rocky Mountains.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact.
I think there's some arm wrestling competitions. There's some ping pong out there. There's a lot of different things happening in the sports world. And we're glad that you stumbled across our broadcast here today. We are on YouTube. We do have an interactive chat as well. At this point in time, I am going to check in on the chat. And it looks like we have Horst Bauer and Mike Day, Aaron Richardson, Mary Mitchell also in here. And Mary Mitchell has a question about our event coming up next weekend right here on this channel. Back-to-back weekends of coverage. Wants to know when will the pattern for the IB Open be available, and will it be put down in Indy next week? It will not be put down in Indy next week, unless for some reason they wanted to put it down for someone. But we're going to release that pattern on Monday. I will release the pattern on Monday on our Facebook channel, which is a great opportunity now. If you don't follow us on all of our social platforms, make sure you head over to facebook.com/InsideBowling. Make sure you tweet at us at #InsideBowling. And you can also go over on Instagram and follow us at InsideBowling.
Not many strikes out here in front of us right now, Mike. Jody's got a nice game going, though, so far. You'll see her getting up in the middle of your screen. Trying to see how they got the people lined up. I don't know if they're bowling on the same side or opposite each other. I'm trying to pay attention.
Cynthia Grayson says good morning, casting on her Chromecast on her television.
I love the Chromecast, Mike. I use it a lot for this kind of stuff. I don't know if every pair did it this way, but it looks like at least Jody's pair, they're bowling on the same side, so they'll be partners that way.
Brian Burkhart joins us this morning in the text messaging world.
Okay, I was going to say I didn't see his name.
Offering me some tips this morning.
That was a nice shot over there.
Love watching George bowl.
Yeah, me too.
Lined up way over on the left.
A lot of action there. He starts out with Anthony Pepe on his same pair over there, so that pair's going to be a little different for any other lefties that come over and see it right away. I wonder how many, I mean, like across the house, I realize that there are some here, but obviously not nearly as many as the right-handers. How many times do they get to a pair where nobody's been before, like the Explorers from years ago, Ponce de Leon and stuff like that?
I'm not sure about Ponce. I know that Columbus guy. I got a little background on him. Jeff Patterson's from the St. Louis area. He's been on a lot of Inside Bowling webcasts over the years. Made the drive down. Let me grab this from you here.
Okay.
So we've got Jeff Patterson bowling with Floyd Bush, also from the St. Louis area, crossing with Tony Thayer and Robert Clan. R.J. Clan, better known by. He went to Lindenwood University, also another guy from St. Louis. And as we said on 17-18, of course, Jody Westner, PWBA champion, and George Gohagen III. Pepe and Farrow.
Does Jody bowl full-time out there whenever they start this thing up?
She is now.
It's getting ready to start.
She is now.
Mary Mitchell wants to know what kind of turnout you're hoping for in Indy.
What am I hoping for? Sold out field, Mary. What do I believe will be realistic at the IB Open this year? I believe that we'll have between 250 and 300 entries. And you can sign up for that tournament over on InsideBowling.com right now if you'd like. $295 entry gets you a free bowling ball from Ebonite International. Ebonite International also involved in this event with the brand of hammer. Our sponsors here, Hammer, Classic Products. Two title sponsors here, Hammer and Classic Products. Classic Products supplies bowling balls in this part of the country, and they'll ship anywhere for pro shops. Their distributor, Classic Products.
George just about made the big four.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, my goodness.
We also have lane sponsors here, Dennis. And I'll go over those now. Kameleon Sportswear, the bowling news. Bowlers Pro Shop, Professor Bowl West. Us, Inside Bowling, they gave us a lane sponsorship.
Very nice.
Kwik Kopy, Kraftco, the Cleaning Ladies, Renew Contract Cleaning and Lawn Care, Advanced Appliance Services Incorporated, Rodan Fields, Ark Best Realty, Davidson Law Firm, Outlets of Little Rock, which I wish we had time to get over there today. I'd like to do some shopping, Home2 Suites, and Logo Infusion. So thank you to all the lane sponsors and the folks that help support this event. Many of those local sponsors, so if you're in the area, you want to go get some copies done, you can head over to Kwik Kopy. Bowlers Pro Shop will take care of all your bowling needs. If you're looking for something to get clean, check out the Cleaning Ladies. If your lawn's in bad shape, check out Renew Contract Cleaning and Lawn Care. Yeah, maybe that washer or dryer is just not working right. Head over to Advanced Appliance Services. And Noah built an Ark, but if you just want to get a nice home, check out Ark Best Realty. And, if you get in trouble with the law, or maybe things aren't going well with your significant other and you're looking for a law firm, check out Davidson. And if you're looking to turn your home into a pretty sweet setup, I would probably go to Home2 Suites.
And it's those people don't just walk in here and ask to hand them money. There's a lot of work that goes into getting a set of sponsors like that for a tournament like this.
Sure there is.
I hope that they have a good local support from their bowlers down here to be able to justify those folks putting the money that they do into this tournament. Again, $10,000 guaranteed on top for a doubles team is a pretty good payout for a two-day weekend.
Yeah, and just taking a look here at the scoring pace, these monitors are a little tough to read from where we sit up here in the booth. but 200 is looking like a pretty good score. Aaron Hawkins in the chat. Yeah, I didn't see Aaron. And he says that this will be Jody's second year bowling all the PWBA events here in the chat. Seth Jorgensen wants to know, how often do you hold these kind of tournaments, boom doubles or singles events, once every couple months? And hello to Jason Schaefer as well and Ryan Downard. Seth, we broadcast the events. We run a couple of events ourselves. We run the InsideBowling.com Open, which is our flagship event, which is next weekend, coincidentally. And then we run the Holiday Doubles, also in St. Louis. The IB Open's in Indianapolis this year, but the has been in St. Louis, and the Holiday Doubles is in St. Louis every year. That tournament's been running for almost 40 years. We haven't been streaming it for 40 years. Technology just wasn't there back then, but we sign up and we have certain events that we have a relationship with where they want us to come and broadcast their tournaments for them. And we started doing that about 6 years ago, and we still continue to do so. And we choose who we work with. We could stream every weekend if we really wanted to, but because of work constraints and burnout factor, we do not. And this event was brought to us last year by DJ Archer and Dino Castillo and Dave Wadka. Said there's this new event being born in Little Rock, Arkansas called the Boom Doubles. And we think it would be a good one for you to stream, and they want you to stream it. So we're going to put you in touch with this young lady called Tamara Dunning and see if you can make something work. And after speaking with Tamara and finding out information about the event, and with it being here in the Midwest, which is where a majority of our events that we stream are, we decided that we would come and showcase this event. And things went so well last year, they invited us to come back this year, and here we are.
Talking about burnout factor, I mean, how long was your trip here yesterday, driving down here? You said
about 6 hours.
About 6 hours. And from the southeast part of Missouri where I'm at, it was, about 4.5 or so, not stopping most of the way down here. Both of us have fairly long trips to make tomorrow night after we tear the system down.
Yeah, I head to Hopkinsville, Kentucky for a few days of meetings before getting ready for the IB Open in St. Louis. I'm going to bounce you out of this pair and take you back down to lanes 5 through 8 that we have for you. Take a peek in and see how these guys are doing.
And I'm beginning an 11-day bowling adventure basically yesterday and today, doing this down here. Go to St. Louis tomorrow night, stay there for a 7 a.m. flight to Las Vegas on Monday morning, and I'm going to the USBC National Convention from Monday to Thursday, and hanging around and bowling in the USBC Open Championships on Sunday night and Monday morning. Then just relaxing in Vegas, if you can relax in Vegas for
I wish you the best of luck at that event, sir.
Well, thank you. Luck, for me right now, luck is getting through the event physically, and I'm not even worried about what the scores look like yet. I'd be very pleased if I was able to be me again on the lanes. Last year, a good friend of mine told me after we got done that I was hurting really bad. I had bone fusion surgery on my right ankle last year right after I got back from the Open. They fused the bone in my shin to where it meets in my foot, and so I lost some mobility, basically a little bit of side-to-side mobility this year. And that's been 11 months, and I tell you what, 2 months ago, 9 months after the surgery, I would have sworn I would never be bowling anything serious again. And then all of a sudden, in about a month's period of time, things got to the point where I was starting to be physically okay on the lanes again. And it was fun to go out and be me.
You know, Dennis, I like being me sometimes, too.
Yeah.
Do you like you some you? Because I like me some me.
It makes me wonder where I'm at whenever I'm not there. You know what I mean? I don't like that.
How about you guys in the chat? Do you like you some you?
Yeah.
Because we like you. More questions here. GG3, the king and the queen, all in the same pair. Outstanding. What was the reason you moved the IB Open from St. Louis to Indianapolis? The biggest reason is I didn't want to move my weekend, and with Christmas and New Year's falling on weekends this year, leagues were still bowling, and it was more of a priority in those centers to take care of the league bowlers than schedule them off for a bowling tournament. No hard feelings whatsoever. Completely understand the business decision. You have to do what you have to do and keep your doors open. Tino DeFranco, Ray Bluth, and the rest of the folks at Tropicana Lanes were gracious hosts, and we appreciate all that they've done for us. Cynthia, who's loving her some Chromecast today, loves her some me.
Yep.
And that's great. I will tell you, there are way too many depressing things happening in this world that are now being broadcast or being talked about on Facebook. It's a jungle out there. Living life is not so easy, and it's what you make of it, and it all starts with you. If you don't believe in you, nobody else will. And I think that's a good lesson to be learned here this morning if you're tuning into our 2017 Boom Doubles event. Get a little life coaching here.
I was going to say, is it too early to learn lessons on a Saturday?
No, it's really not.
Okay.
I do have a question for those in the chat, because normally I don't rise early except for these events. Do they still have cartoons on Saturday mornings? Is that still a thing?
Who's they?
The major networks. CBS, NBC, and ABC. Do they still do that?
I don't think so.
I don't know if they do or not.
I don't think so.
I used to watch cartoons on Saturday mornings. I don't know if it still exists. Would someone mind going out there and flipping through the channels? Let us know in the chat. Really would appreciate that.
I think if they do have cartoons, it's like Oshikuru Demon Samurai or
yeah, what, like anime?
I don't know, maybe.
Dragon Ball Z?
I don't know for sure. I know they don't have Tom and Jerry.
Or the Flintstones.
Or the Flintstones.
You know, if you really want to throw back the clock, we could watch I Love Lucy with a little Leave It to Beaver and wash it down with a little Flintstones.
Yeah.
And some Looney Tunes, some Bugs Bunny.
Gilligan's Island. Cartoon Network now, Ryan says, so yeah. They don't have to have them.
Oh, the Smurfs used to be on Saturday mornings. That's right. Gargamel.
Right.
Azrael. And then there was the one Smurf that just kept falling asleep all the time.
Jonathan Meese wants to know how many bowlers are competing in this event. Jonathan, are you asking us to make a judgment? Because we've got a list of people who are here, and I mean, we could say which ones we think are competing and which ones are not.
That's very true.
And we have that, that license to do that from behind the microphone here.
You know, I wonder how many people in the chat also binge watch television. You know, that's like the new thing.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of waiting each week for a new episode, you just watch them all at one time. And I wonder how many people binge watch our live streams. You know, because we'll be here for, 12 hours today and then 10 hours tomorrow or something. So I wonder if somebody actually binge watches us for 22 hours straight on a day.
Maybe.
I get up at 7 a.m. and I watch this bowling tournament until 5 a.m.
There's Jeremy. There's one. we have a fan.
Dino Castillo attempting the baby split, and he covers it nicely in his shorts today and his Dallas Cowboys ebonite jersey.
So Anthony Pepe's figured something out. He's got the last 6 over here.
Here he is.
He's shooting 270 with the strike right now. That's a 270 game right there.
And is that Spider-Man?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's Spider-Man.
And I'm wrong about that. That's only 260. That's the first one in the 10th. I thought he already had one in the 10th.
GG3 with a crossover.
He's got a little more hand than Anthony does, or uses more hand than Anthony does. Anthony probably could spin it up, but Jeremy, you set your alarm to come here and watch us this morning? That's pretty cool.
Speaking of which, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you're not subscribed, make sure that you do subscribe. You'll get a notification when we do go live each time. And there's a little bell on there which reminds me of an alarm, and you can subscribe to our notifications. Hit that bell.
Wow, that was a nice shot there. That puts him in the 270s. So we're ending game 1 right now of 8 on the A squad this morning. This squad here began at 8 o'clock. There's another squad this afternoon at 2:30. About the same number of teams right now are signed up, although they can take probably 4 or 5 more teams the way it looks for their B squad this afternoon. Anybody who's bowled this morning is allowed to bowl again once you have one under the books. And then there's a re-entry squad tonight. Probably, it sounds like starting around 8 o'clock from what we heard this morning. It's kind of up in the air when they start that one. It's when they get everybody signed up and ready to go. So that means that we'll be sitting here in this booth talking to you until well after midnight Central Time today. Or tomorrow, however you want to look at it. Looks like Jody picked a good partner. 212, 276 for those two guys to start out with this morning. And that's good.
Let's see if I can go mobile. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Am I a little low? Is that a little better?
That's better.
All right. I'm just going to walk the concourse real quick.
Okay.
Look at some scores.
So Mike's on a walkabout.
Kevin.
As I said, the teams that are bowling on the left lane each game will skip a pair to their left. So, for instance, those you're watching on 15 and 16, the bowlers on 15 will go to lane 11. The bowlers on 16 will skip a pair to their right and move to lane 20 and be met with a new set of people to bowl with. And they'll begin their next game when everybody gets there to that pair. Thanks to all you folks who got up this morning or happened to be up this morning and decided to join us. You know, the format here in one of these tournaments is a fairly long one. 8 games of competition this morning here. A lot of the people who are here and don't have success or maybe dig themselves a hole to start out with this morning will probably re-enter either this afternoon or this evening, maybe both. Like Mike said, in the case of Brad Miller and Kyle Sherman, if they don't get where they want to go this morning, they won't make this long trip and invest the money that they've invested and just to quit after one squad. They'll come back and keep going until they finally figure out a way to make it into the top 1/4 of the teams. With 62 teams entered right now, that would mean bringing back 16 teams in the morning, bowling 4 more games, 4 more regular games, and then cutting that field in half. It would go down to 8 teams for 8 games of round-robin match play tomorrow afternoon. So Mike's back from his walkabout. He hasn't put his headset back on yet. I don't know if he's staying here for sure, but he's here right now. Little testing the morning when we get started here. We're running around. He was with the wireless microphone and just walking around and make sure he could probably hear me talk on the back channel. And
yeah, so game number 2 about to get underway. We'll swap out our graphic here and delete the old graphic here. There we go. So walking around, I saw 3 games, I believe, in the 460 to 480 range. Okay. no 500s, and 430 was a really good score.
Well, I said, I mean, except for what Anthony did down here, which, you know, he seems to find a way to do stuff like that all the time. And I watched him yesterday in that sweeper, and he wasn't doing what he was doing this morning by any means yesterday. And I saw him this morning doing a little surface prep down there, so he must have figured out a strategy last night on how he was going to attack the things this morning. And with the 10 minutes of practice in that pair, actually got the first pair to react the way he wanted to. The next one, now he's on, looks to me like they started on the right lane. So that means he's moving away from us. This game, we won't be able to see how the next game, yeah, I see him over there on lane 20. Came up light. Looks like he mixed it up, so he's at least got a shot to the pocket on the second pair, not that he wore one out the first game. So
Anthony Lavery Spar now up. He's bowling with Brian Lose, Brad Martin and Rachel Perez, Kevin Williams, Jesse Bauer, Anthony Richmond, Justin Dunn. And Anthony Richmond bowled the holiday doubles a couple years ago. He bowled instead of Gary Faulkner, I believe, or was supposed to bowl with Gary Faulkner, and Gary made a TV show at the World Series of Bowling and became a world champion. And I don't remember who his partner was, but I do remember that they made match play. They bowled really well. Cynthia's subscribed with notifications. Thank you. Jonathan Meese wants to know where the Bradley Open is going to be held next year because the Collins Family Bowling Center is closing. Good question. I would check with Jason Uckwall, and he will be able to help you with that information. I am not sure. We stream the events. We don't own the events or run the events other than IB Open and the holiday doubles. Hello, Justin Kittle. Good morning, Mike and Dennis. Looking forward to your coverage today. Thanks for all you do. Well, thanks for letting us know that. We appreciate you giving us a shout out there.
So we're watching 15, 16, 17, and 18 again right now.
Vernon Peterson has been visiting the rumor mill recently, and while he was there, he said, rumor has it the Bradley will be in Louisville. And it's not Louisville, it's Louisville. Just like if you're from that state that Las Vegas and Reno are in, if you're from other parts of the country, you call it Nevada. Or, I'm sorry, yeah, Nevada. And if you are from there, you call it Nevada. I always trust the locals, so I call it Nevada. It's not Nevada. It's
I'm trying
Nevada.
to think how I typically pronounced it. I don't know.
Yeah, I learned that one time, hanging out with some locals.
And I'm, you know, I know how you're supposed to pronounce Louisville, but I don't do that. I still do Louisville.
Well, the baseball bat company, I think, is where a lot of people have mistaken the town name, because a lot of people call it Louisville Slugger.
Yeah.
Not Louisville Slugger. I always hear that as Louisville Slugger. That's how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
So then people have carried that brand name over to the town when it's Louisville. This is big time stuff here this morning, everybody.
I mean, along the same lines, I hear people that I deal with where we come from, or where you used to come from.
Where do you come from?
Well, there are some that say I come from Missouri, and I say I come from Missouri.
And then there are other people that call it misery.
And
then there's other people that say, well, that loves company.
And they don't like themselves very much. They don't.
And then Soul Asylum wrote a song about it. They say misery loves company. You can build a factory and start misery.
Yep.
Frustrated.
Ryan Downard, and I think this is a question, wants to know if this is a sports shot. We were talking about the ratio last night. We said 2.5 to 1. Is that what you said about?
Yeah, I believe so.
I thought so too. 43 feet, about 29 total milliliters of volume on the lane. A lot of surface out here this morning, like I said, and I didn't get a chance to see the early squads of the sweepers yesterday to see how they might have broken the lanes down or what they did to them. I saw a lot of folks in yesterday, and not so much this morning. There's a lot of direct from the outside. The people who are in right now look, they don't have a good shape to the pocket, and that's kind of what happens on these shots when they do, a ratio of 2.5 to 1. There's no hold in front of the pocket, so you cut anything short and the ball's running and probably not crossing over yet. And if you gas it at all or open your shoulders up a little bit too much and get it to the right, it's in the out-of-bounds area right now. There's not enough mid-lane read for the ball to get back to the pocket, and it could get ugly. Washouts like we see on lane 16 right now. Kenny Ryan wants to know when entries close for the IB Open, Mike.
They will close 15 minutes before each squad.
Now, you don't take them online up until that point, correct?
Well, I've been changing that a little bit. We do take credit cards on site. It does take a little bit longer to do all of that. So if there's like a long line, you could miss out on your squad because you didn't plan accordingly. So it's much better to go on there and go ahead and sign up in advance.
Got it. Okay.
It also creates havoc on the tournament office and could possibly cause us to start late. But we know how bowlers are. And those of you that are wondering what's the turnout looking like, we are actually ahead of pace of last year. And we will be taking walk-ins. The first two squads are limited to the first 68 bowlers, though. That's that Friday night squad and that Saturday morning squad for the IB Open. Also, you can head over to Logo Infusion, also involved with this event, and you can save 20% with coupon code IBOpen17, IBOpen17, and you can win an additional $2,000 if you wear Logo Infusion from beginning to end in the tournament.
That coupon code, Mike, good through the end of next weekend, probably?
I think, yeah.
Okay.
Usually that's what they do with that. Might be good to the end of the month, as a matter of fact.
Okay. Interesting. My Tuesday night team is looking at getting jerseys from Logo Infusion this year, and I might tell him so we can take advantage of that.
There you go.
That'd be pretty cool.
Logo Infusion located in Las Vegas, one of the only shirt companies out there to make their shirts here in the United States, which gives them a leg up on the competition. A lot of the other jersey suppliers, when you place an order, have to place it and wait for it to get here. At Logo Infusion, you place the order, they can get it into production into their queue and sew them up right there.
I'll tell you what, I was impressed. I told you that with the Open Championships coming up, and I'm a tournament or a squad sponsor or manager of 6 teams. So we have team shirts that are similar, different colors for each of the teams, but across the group, we've got 6 different colors of the same shirt design, basically. And each year we end up switching 1 or 2 or 3 people out on the teams. So we had to replace some shirts this year. And dealing with them, I contacted them. We got an order into their system. It seemed like maybe 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks passed. All of a sudden I got an email that had 5 final proofs for me to look at and approve to make sure that the colors were the right colors and that the right logos were in the right places and stuff like that. And 3 days later, the shirts were at my house.
Wow, that's great.
So all they were doing was, that was the last thing they were going to do before they print those shirts.
Mm-hmm.
And they get printed, they get cut out, and FedExed to me.
That's
and
great.
That was really awesome. Total process was about 3.5 weeks, and this is a busy part of their season because with the Open going on, there's other teams that are out there wanting to get shirts for themselves as well. So
absolutely. I did find the oil pattern here. I have it up on my phone now, and you can go find the oil pattern on the Boom Doubles Facebook page. 43 feet in length, 50 ULs per board, 16.2 milliliters on the way down, and that is the ice oil. On the way back, they put down fire oil for 12.75 milliliters of oil, for a total of 28.95 milliliters on this Brunswick Pro-Am lane. The ratio is 2.44 to 1, and it's a symmetrical pattern. And there's your Kegel Flex Machine lane pattern rundown.
Very nice. Pretty sophisticated. I wonder, how long have lane machines been around that can put out 2 different kinds of oil? I mean, I realize it's been about a couple of years since they started with the, the fire and the ice and doing different things with different types of oil. But I was wondering, the lane machines used to only have 1 tank of oil in there, the way they were designed at the beginning. And so now there's obviously got to be 2 tanks active in a machine that goes in the lane to be able to do that pattern, the way they're talking about it.
It's been a few years. I believe it was the Flex Machine. I'm not 100% sure that was when that started, but I believe that is correct. Let's bounce out of here, and let's take you down to a new pair of lanes down here on 5 and 6, 7 and 8. You see Brad Miller and Kyle Sherman, DJ Archer, Anthony Thompson. Should be Brad Martin, Rachel Perez, Anthony Lavery Spar.
Probably no, he's right in front of us.
Oh, you're right.
Remember they split.
Oh,
up.
they go left and they go right. So that
right.
would be McCarthy and Kyle Barnes maybe down there. Well, we'll just wait and see.
But we do see Brad, or we saw Brad up on the left lane, and he's got a mess, it looks like.
Just a quick check-in. There is the lane pattern, folks. See the symmetrical shape to it? That's what the bowlers are attacking today.
So DJ Archer right in front of us is you can't see him right now, or you couldn't, but he's hooking the ball more than anybody that I've seen. Is this how we're going to get standings all day? Probably. It
looks like it.
Yeah. Okay.
So your leaders we had actually on our featured pair to begin with, Anthony Pepe and Farrell Williams, 276 and 212. So that puts them 88 over. Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson, 226 for Gasson, 257 for Anderson. They sit second right now. In third, Anthony Lavery Spar, 242. Brian Lose, 217. Fourth is Bittenbender and Barrett. Bittenbender with 196, Barrett with 257. Aaron McCarthy and Kyle Barnes sit fifth at 248 and 187. I'm looking to see how many teams were plus. And it looks like we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 teams plus. so far this morning. I'm going to jet out of the booth here for a moment, Dennis.
Jet.
And I'm going to find out if I can get scores some way uploaded so that everyone can see the score.
Yeah,
so that's
yeah,
what
that's
I'm going to
a good
work on.
All right,
so
cool.
If you'd like to switch camera pairs, just to give you a quick rundown here, this is what we're on over here in the preview screen.
Right.
This would be the other pair, and you just send it by doing that.
Right.
Then you would click over here, and you would send it back to go like that.
Okay. Got
and if the mouse doesn't work the first time you click on it, it does turn itself off. You just have to click it one time, and it comes back on.
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good. That was a quick tutorial for me. Just for y'all. This is my first time back and getting as in-depth on this as I am this weekend. I had the ability to come in here yesterday and work with Mike on getting this set up, and it was a very interesting setup process for this entire booth. Looking at some of the stuff in the chat as we are actually watching lanes 5 through 8. That was Kyle Sherman that just threw a shot on lane 6. Ryan talking about never heard of them mixing the oils, one going down, another coming back. That is a process that kind of started in the PBA, believe it or not, whenever they started looking at the different types of oils and how to get them to stay on the lane in the different places of the country, different formulations, and getting the oil to actually adhere to the lane and stay there instead of moving around so much or being spread out by bowling balls. They experimented with it and figured out a way to get the two oils to work together. And why would they do it? Obviously, it creates a different condition than it would if you were using one type of oil and ran both directions. You may end up with a condition that's a little too tight down lane, for instance, if you didn't change the oil and do it on the way back with the second oil. Mike is on a walkabout trying to get a way of uploading the scores into the computer for you guys, but looking down this list, in the top, the leading right now is 488 total, Anthony Peppian and Farrell Williams. Anthony with his 276 game that we saw on our featured pair a few minutes ago. 483, 459, 453, 435. This is a doubles total after one game. Round at the top 5, Aaron McCarthy and Kyle Barnes are in 5th. Chris Barnes and Cameron Doyle teamed up, and they're in 6th right now at 430. Both of them, Chris actually 203, and Cameron, who yesterday in the sweeper looked like he was looking for a shot. Actually, the stronger partner on that team this morning with 227 start. DJ Archer and Anthony Thompson. I can see them in front of us right now, 200 and 210 the first game. So you can see that the scores right now, you're just don't do anything too bad to start out with, and you can be in contention here. Obviously, with 31 teams here, the top 4 or top 1/4 would be 8, imagining. So 8th place right now, and the potential cut would be 412, Rick Justice and Mark Henninger. Mark from the Kansas City area. And DJ and Anthony are just outside of that at 410. Brad Miller now up on lane 6. Let's watch Brad's shot here and see how he's attacking. Now, he was inside yesterday. He was inside a 4th there on the squad that I was watching, and it looks to me like he's still playing between 15 and 20. Didn't get the ball to face up as the way he wanted to, and a wobble 10 pin there. Looking down the list here, Kyle Sherman and Brad Miller, 375, a 180, 195 is their first game. So it looks like they're not seeing the lane the way they want to see it right now, but it is only the first. This is only after the first of 8 games this morning. Kevin Williams and Jesse Bauer, 186 each for 372. They're in 18th position. Taking a look at any other notables on the squad. Talked about Floyd Bush and Jeff Patterson. They had a rough start at 308. Floyd had 177 and Jeff had 131. Right now the last position is 289. We actually had a 98 game in that group shot there this morning. So that's what it looks like. What they've given us here is a list of the teams. It's not like an easy list to see what the standings are. We can see individual games for each person that's bowled and a little total thing on the side. So we're trying to get, Mike's off trying to get a better list so that we can upload it possibly into our system and show you guys what the standings are after each game. So bear with us on that and we'll see if we can get that working. Kyle Sherman now washed out, looks like, on lane 6. And he's up to try to convert this. Looks like he used his urethane. It was a 1-2-8-10. Used his urethane ball and went a little too heavy on the head pin. Let's switch back over to 15 and 16, 17 and 18 here. It looks like we had the front 7 on that lane, and I just showed you a attempt at a conversion of a 2-8 or a 2-4-10 unsuccessfully, but there was the front 7 leading up to that split. $115 of you watching this morning right now at 9 o'clock on a Saturday morning. Welcome and thanks for joining us here at the 2017 Boom Doubles here in Little Rock. I'm Dennis Hacker. Mike Flanagan's with me this weekend. We'll be bringing you the coverage all day today. There's a squad at 2:30 this afternoon and probably a squad starting around 8 o'clock this evening. That'll get us to tomorrow. Like I said, 16 right now would come back based on almost full squads for the first 2 squads of the day. If they would happen to get this many again on the 3rd squad of the day, that would bring the total tomorrow morning to 24, still cutting to 8 after 4 more games of qualifying in the morning. A second qualifying round, or a cashier's round, if you will. $10,000 on top, guaranteed. Second year of this tournament, pretty successful. But a lot of work. Looks like we've got a pin on the lane way out in front, about 45 feet down on lane 17. We've got somebody from the center going to run down there and get that pin for them. Let's take you over to 5 and 6 and watch Brad Miller throw this shot on lane 6. Remember, he didn't get the ball to face up the last time on this lane. Let's see what adjustment he might make, or a different way of throwing the ball. went a little wider that time. The ball really seems to squirt through the middle right now. It's getting the ball to read correctly in the mid part of the lanes is critical to get the ball to face up and go through the pins the right way on this pattern. And I didn't pay attention a lot to the width of the pattern. We'll take a look at that in a little bit and see, but how wide the pattern is that far down the lane. Back up on lane 17. Through the nose a little bit. And it looks like the way the score looks here, 203 up in the 8th frame, with a spare now up in the 9th frame. And if they're doing the same, I'm not sure if the partners are on the same side. I guess they can do whatever, excuse me, whatever they do pair to pair. I don't know if they've been told to do that way or whether they are allowed to go and just do what they want to.
Guess who's back?
Hi,
Back
Mike.
again.
Hi, Mike.
Michael's back. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Did you switch any cameras, Dennis?
I have.
Well, the mouse is on, so yes, you must have clicked it while I was gone.
Yeah, I did. We were kind of watching how some of the we had the front 7 over here on 17 and 18 that game, and now they're in the 10th frame down here.
I had a chance to talk with the tournament staff about updating the scores for us. And if you go to InsideBowling.com and click on the banner at the top of the page, and then go down on the event information tab, you will now see that the standings are posted, A squad after game number 1. Every single score is posted on there, and they will continue to update that throughout the tournament for you. So if you want to check and see how your favorite bowler is bowling, all the scores are currently now on InsideBowling.com underneath the event information tab at the bottom of the Inside Bowling live stream feed page. You can also just get there directly by going to InsideBowling.tv to find this. So thank you, tournament staff. And also, Dennis, while I was out, I had a chance to talk to Christopher Barnes and a chance to talk to Mr. Cameron Doyle.
Very nice.
And they are struggling a little bit. And you can see on the event information tabs just how they are doing after the first game, 203 and 227. And then this next game, Cameron was struggling a little bit, and Chris was down there coaching them. And those guys, they led last year after the first block, if I remember correctly. So
17-18's given up a few scores so far. We've got a possible 280 with a fill here, a 10 on a fill. Would you let Chris coach you?
Sure. Sure I would.
I probably would too.
I don't think I could throw it good enough for Chris at any given time.
Good enough for Chris to coach you?
Yeah.
So 278 that game. And he's not, he wasn't playing too straight, so he's found a shot on the inside, obviously. A little surface in that ball. You know, Mike, I finally got my silver coaching certification done this past week.
Congratulations. That's not an easy thing to do.
And what I find interesting is looking at the priorities of different coaches and how they might attack or how they might work with someone. And that was interesting for me, especially when I'm starting to work with even some fairly beginning bowlers at home. And I often thought that would be difficult to start out and have so many things that we would want to work on and not know how to start, for sure. And what I figured out quickly is that if people can get their ball to hook, that makes them smile.
Yeah, sure does.
And so that would be a way to start out, is getting them a release that'll get their ball to hook, and then just kind of start pointing them in the right direction. So that's kind of my philosophy.
Hey, this is interesting. I'm getting a call from Brad Angelo. I'm going to take the call. Maybe he wants to sign up for the IB Open Live.
Oh, maybe.
You're a big deal when I'm broadcasting a bowling tournament and I get off the air to answer your call.
Surprised Barta isn't bowling, Ryan. I'm not. There's a lot of other things going on this weekend as well, from what I hear. So there's a few people that I would have thought might have been here this weekend that aren't. I think the Derby is going on right now too, and I thought I saw some things going on where some of the people that I thought might be here this weekend are going to be bowling that. A lot of state tournaments going on at this time. I know Missouri State last Open is the last weekend, and there are people that are bowling that I thought I might have been down here as well. Since Missouri's pretty close to Arkansas, if I remember my geography correctly. All right, I'm going to move us back down to 5 and 6. The Derby is a tournament that we were talking about a few minutes ago. Derby used to be held, and I'm not sure if it is I think it's a team doubles and singles event. It's one of those tournaments that run, a number of weekends where you can come and mix and match. I remember when I used to live in the upstate New York area, there was a group of 10 bowlers that I had in my younger days, and we'd go find these tournaments that ran team doubles and singles, like the Wild Irish Rose, or there was a tournament in Rutland, Vermont that we'd go to, a Green Mountain Open maybe, or something like that, I think. And you'd go out with 10 people and you'd bowl team doubles and singles all on Saturday, so 9 games. And then most of those tournaments would let you switch things around, where as long as you switch 2 bowlers on a team that's a different team. So we'd come in on Sunday and do it all again. Everybody would bowl with different people on each team and come back with a different doubles partner, and then bowl singles again. And so 18 games in a weekend at home. And I would imagine that the folks who live around tournaments like the Derby and like the Hoikey Classic, for instance, and stuff like that, might do the very same thing. They might switch up and bowl as many times as they can. Let me see if I can find you some action here, guys. We are in the middle of moving between games 2 and 3. And I'm not seeing action on either of the 2 pairs that we've got cameras on. So give us just a couple of minutes. This is a transition period right here. Good morning, Fred. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate that. Larry Harris in the chat wants to know the asterisk next to some of the bowlers' names here. And that's a good question. We get the standings from the tournament staff. We don't have anything to do with the actual running of the tournament. We're just here to bring it to you guys and talk about it a little bit. But we will ask that question and find out what the asterisk means and let you guys know. So thanks for the question. If anybody does have questions, type it into the chat. We will watch and try to interact with you as much as we can all day today. Looks like I can get you some action now on lane 7 and 8. They're beginning lane number 3, I believe, or game number 3. Maybe, no, actually, they're just finishing up game number 2. So we can do the finish of game 2 down there. Looks like one of the pairs, maybe that was the Brad Miller pair where they were bowling by themselves, and that's why we saw them up on the lane so many times. So they might have been bowling by themselves on that one game. I just got a text, and it's not so busy right now that I can't interact with all the stimuli in front of my face. I mean, I got monitors here, and I've got phones, and I'll probably set up my laptop in a little while too. That says, and I apologize because I just changed to an iPhone about 3 weeks ago, and I don't have all my contacts over, so I don't know who this is that's telling me this. But it says, I think the asterisk means that they are signed up for the optional singles event, and that would be something that would make sense. So thanks, whoever that was that sent that to me, and if you would, tell me who you are so that I can add that into my contacts, and then I won't miss that the next time. Fred says sometimes it means that they're professionals, and that would be true except for the fact that, for instance, Cameron Doyle has one next to his name, and he's not a professional. Erin McCarthy does not have one next to her name, and it is. Chaz Brewer is the guy who just texted me. Thank you, Chaz. I will add you to my contacts now since I don't know why all of them didn't transfer. Maybe it's because Android and iPhones don't get along too much. And I would have stayed with Samsung, but I travel a lot. And folks, I was worried all year last year that something was going to go wrong with my Samsung on the airplanes and they wouldn't let me bring my phone with me anymore. And that was a big deal. So I went back to iPhone and got a free iPad in the process, an iPad mini. And I'm very pleased with both. Thank you, Chaz. I just added you back into my contacts, and so now I'll know it's you whenever you talk to me. So glad you're watching. Thanks, Sean. We are figuring that too. We're thinking that's probably the case. But it would be surprising that Matt Gasson, who does not have an asterisk next to his name, is not entered in that if he's here. That doesn't make sense to me. So we will see about that. Erin McCarthy also does not have that left. You know, those are people that I would expect would be in that singles if that was there. Hi, folks. My daughter Shelby just joined in the chat, and she says grandbabies are listening to me, and that's pretty cool. I have a new set of twin grandbabies. I say new. They're almost 10 months old. I'm not allowed to say 10 months until they actually are because they're growing up so fast, but I'm glad that they are listening to me. I must be up on the big screen in the living room there, and they can hear me talking maybe. That's pretty cool. Maybe I'll figure out a way so I can show you a picture on the live stream later on today. That's pretty cool. So we are beginning game 3 right now on lanes 5 and 6. It looks like it's still finishing up game 2 on 7 and 8. Nothing's happening on our other pair yet, 15 through 18. So as soon as we get some action there, I'll switch over to there and let you see who we've got for game number 3 of 8 this morning. You know, typically this is I'll get back to that in a minute, Chaz. That's pretty funny. Typically this is a very long, drawn-out day for us, even though we both enjoy it. Mike and I both enjoy it immensely, sitting here doing this. But today's actually got some breaks built into it. We're going to get done around noontime. The next squad won't start until approximately 2:30, so that means we'll have time to go relax a little bit and grab some lunch. Everything's pretty close around here. The hotel that we stayed at last night was a Marriott Courtyard, and Mike found it on Priceline, so that was pretty cool. It's only about 3 miles away from here. We ate at Outback Steakhouse last night, so that was kind of nice there too. Chaz says it didn't transfer because I don't like lefties. It's a joke. It's always a joke. I pick on lefties a lot. But considering that I've been doing one of the more famous left-handers website for the last 19 years, he was the first PBA player to ever have a website. I would say that kind of proves that theory wrong. Although I do pick on him sometimes too. Kevin Williams up on lane number 5 there, one of the two-handed lefties here in the tournament. Fairly famous now, pretty strong. You see him in, the big tournaments around the country. You see him in Proprietors Cup every single year, the Masters. Ryan says Mitch Beasley is bowling. All right, I don't know if he's asking. Mitch Beasley is bowling. He's on this squad this morning too. He's bowling with Taco Burrow. And because of the way they're split and they move different directions each game here, it's kind of hard. I'm going to work on this for the second squad so I know who we have in front of us on all the squad, on all the featured pairs each game. But Ryan says he taught him the one-on-one class for the EBI Pro Shop seminar. That's one of the things that I wish we would have covered a little bit more in the silver course that I just got done taking is ball reactions. And I understand what the numbers mean on bowling balls, but I wish we would have talked a little more theory on when you see something happening on the lane, what bowling ball do you reach for to try to counteract that? And that's something that's still a hole in my knowledge.
Hey, Dennis, I'm back.
Hi, Mike.
Are we on game number 3 now?
Starting to actually, we're still finishing game 2
on the right side.
On the right side of 5 and 6, 7 and 8 down there.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take us over to the game 3 graphic right now, just so we have that updated.
Okay.
So we're good there now as we do enter this game number 3. I just got a chance to talk to Brad Angelo, and I believe he's going to come bowl the IB Open. He had a few in-depth questions. He's never bowled the event before, but now that it's within 8 hours of New York, he decided he is going to try to give it a shot. So
that's pretty cool.
That was pretty cool. Yeah. Ryan Downard says, Mitch Beasley bowling, he taught me in the one-on-one class for EBI Pro Shop seminar. Great guy. Yes, he is a great guy. And Dennis, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but I do a Mitch Beasley impersonation.
I did not know that.
Yeah. It's been on our webcast a couple times. I actually had Mitch in the booth with me at the Bradley when I was impersonating him. He cried. He was laughing so hard in the booth. And I don't know if I have it in me this morning, but I could give it a try if you'd like to hear some of my Mitch Beasley. So joining us now in the booth is Mitch Beasley. Mitch, how are things going this morning here at the Boom Doubles?
Well, pretty good. Made a ball change, moved left on the lanes, and shot 240 and switched to the Paradox. Had 287 and just keep moving left.
All right, Mitch. Well, good luck to you out there, and maybe you'll join us a little bit later in the booth.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta go.
Okay, see you later, Mitch. It's nice to have you in the booth for a few minutes.
So, Fred, we just had Mitch in the booth with us.
It's kind of a little bit of a running joke now. I'm not even sure. It's an exaggerated Mitch Beasley, kind of like, when Dana Carvey used to do George Bush on Saturday Night Live. That's how all the good ones are, is if you really exaggerate it quite a bit.
Mike, you missed it, but my grandbabies are watching me on the big screen in my daughter's living room there.
Did you switch it into the booth or anything?
I didn't. No, I could though.
Well, hey.
Hey, there we are. Hi, folks.
That's us. It's me and you and me.
Yep.
Up here in the booth. And Brian earlier said it's like a green screen behind us. We've got the Hammer because they're sponsoring the tournament. Thanks Hammer, by the way.
Yep.
Same colors as InsideBowling, actually. They had it first. I guess we're copycats, but the green screen there, we could put some really cool stuff back there, like palm trees and tropical things.
Oh, yeah.
Or we could even make it rain. There's different ways to make it rain, you know that, besides just rain.
No, I didn't know that.
You could do it with dollar bills, $100 bills. So this is an open invitation to anybody that's going to be coming by the bowling center. If you would like to make it rain up here in the booth, we would gladly appreciate tips. How's it going?
Oh, that's good.
Good. Hi, Shannon.
Hi, Shannon.
Good. He's good. He's good.
What's up?
We've got kids up here in the booth.
Yeah, I see. This is probably, I mean, honestly, this is a fairly impressive setup whenever people walk by and see all the things that go on.
You know, the most commonly asked question is, was this a DJ booth? Are you DJing tonight? Like when we set up on Friday nights?
Yeah.
Are you DJing tonight? Can I request a song? Yes, you can.
And then?
Then I normally break out in some Barry Manilow, which, by the way, breaking news since my last webcast. Barry Manilow has announced to the world that he is gay. And I believe Jimmy Fallon said it best. It was something like, newsflash. Oh, and I forget what it was. I had that all set up. But it was something like, newsflash, and it was something very, you know, like, simple. You know, it was just a duh, of course. And then he goes,
okay.
And also in other news, Barry Manilow is gay. Like, big surprise there. There's Tim Barron on the left side of your screen there over attacking lane number 6. He and Bittenbender bowling together. We were talking about him earlier today.
They were in 4th place after the first game, 453, with Timmy pulling most of that at 257.
Straighter is greater, it looks like.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, you know what I passed on the way here this morning?
No.
A place called eatmycatfish.com.
Really?
That's the name on the side of the building.
That's a cool name.
It is. For Arkansas. You'd figure there'd be a bunch of places to catch catfish down here. Mark Henninger with the front 3 on 15 and 16. I'll show you that the next time he gets back up. Bring that over to you. We were able to show you 2 sets of 2 pairs, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 15 through 18.
I just got a message here on Facebook from Steve Novak, who's bowling this event.
Okay.
And he sends me the question. He says, what's the temperature like in the center? And I just responded with, comfortable with a hint of chill on the concourse.
I would agree with that. I haven't taken off my jacket yet this morning. I'll get a few more people in here this afternoon to probably warm up a little bit. It wasn't bad yesterday when we were in here setting up, so.
No, I started sweating when I was putting the gaffing tape on the floor, though.
Fred McGee's asking what's the pattern for today. It's a pattern that they developed for the tournament. I don't know that it really has a name, but we do have that ability to show you that up here on the screen, so thanks for asking that. 43 feet, approximately 29 mils total volume.
1.4 something to 1 ratio. I can't see it that small on my screen.
2.44.
Oh, that's what it is.
Right?
Yeah, that's
2.44 to 1 ratio. And ice oil on the way down and fire oil on the way back.
Yes, sir.
We discussed that. So
I've got a standings update after 2 games. Anthony Pepe has fired games of 276 and 204 with his partner Farrell Williams, who's mustered 212 and 237.
Is that Colonel Mustard?
I think so. And they lead 129 over. Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson are in second position. Gas and Bold games at 226 and 206. Anderson 257 and 201. They sit 90 over. In third, Anthony Lavery Spar and Brian Lose. And I don't know if it's Losey or Lose. I need to find that out and pronounce his name properly. Lavery Spar had 194 and a 242. Brian had 217 and 215. They sit at 68 over in third position through 2 games.
Did Brian's brother Kyle used to pitch for the Cardinals?
I think he did, and the San Diego Padres, or was it the Milwaukee Brewers? Maybe the Milwaukee. He went to Milwaukee after, but I think he came and was acquired from San Diego. We'll find out.
So that would be Loesch then.
Yeah, that would be Loesch. We'll see. Joe Fendling and Ryan Whitney sit fourth. Fifth is Chris Johnson and Dino Castillo. Chris Johnson bowled 254 the last game. Bittenbender and Barrett sit sixth, and you can see these standings. They'll be uploaded on InsideBowling.com here in just a few moments if they're not there already.
Take a look at Brett's comment in the chat.
Brett Shepard says, can't wait to bowl on 55 feet next week at the IB Open, and it's not 55 feet. As a matter of fact, I will tease this pattern. I'm going to tease the pattern. I'm going to announce the name of the pattern right now to everyone in the chat and watching online. The pattern for the IB Open this year is called the Flying V.
I thought we were calling it the 8th arrow.
And I don't want to give anybody the impression that you have to attack it deep, so I don't want to call it the 8th arrow anymore. I'm just going to call it the Flying V, and I will be doing a live broadcast Monday going over the Flying V with everyone.
Here's Mark Henninger up on the first 3, bowling on lane 16. And he crushes that one, so he looks like he's using a lot of surface for him, too.
Yours ready? Coco, yours now ready.
I will tell you, I still don't understand these monitors. I don't understand the scoring monitors.
Well, what I noticed yesterday was that they basically give you all the pins that you have. So, for instance,
no, I don't understand who's up.
Oh.
I keep thinking the highlighted guy is up, and it's actually the one that's not highlighted is up.
I think it's a different way of highlighting.
Yeah, they're highlighting the darker shade.
Yeah.
Means you're up. The lighter shade means you're not up.
Yeah.
And that's confusing to me. I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with it, but it's very confusing to me. And you also, over here on lane 17 and 18, you also have seen DJ Archer leave the dreaded 2-4-8-10, which when you cross boards and you're leaving 2-pin combinations, and this is the worst of them all, that means that this pattern and you and your bowling ball reaction are not loving each other at the moment.
Right.
And he almost picks it. They say you're supposed to have the pins hit the pins to knock them down, and in that particular case, that statement was completely wrong. He's bowling with DJ, I want to say Anthony Thompson. I believe that's his partner there.
Yeah. Henninger just threw the 5th one, so he's got the front 5 in this game.
And also from our Inside Bowling crew, Ashley Cole crossing, and she's bowling with Sid Bluford. Matt Hicks and Patrick Martinez on lanes 15 and 16. Bowling with the team that Dennis has been talking about here, which is Mark Henninger and Rick Justice.
You know, just to give you guys an idea, I mean, you can look this up on the scoreboard yourself, or the score sheet yourself on going to InsideBowling.com, clicking on the link, and then down on under the events tab, event information tab.
And they are updated there,
they
by
are
the way,
updated
4
right
minutes
now.
ago.
Take a look at Chris Barnes and Cameron Doyle's scores on that tab. Both pretty famous. And Cameron shot 227 the first game, but the rest of them are all 2-0s. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. So they're doing their jobs right now. They are hanging out in 7th place. Almost like spiders waiting in the corner is what it looks like to me. That's what I think is. They're just kind of hanging out until things turn into what they want them to be, and then they'll probably grab about 300 pins the last 3 games of the block.
Yeah, and you know what else you're thinking? You're talking about spiders. We've got Anthony Pepe here bowling in a Spider-Man costume, and we've also got Hammer as a sponsor here, who's had a lot of success and sold a lot of bowling balls over the year with that gas mask core found in the Black Widows.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Black Widows and the Legends. There's DJ Archer now, and he goes from 2-4-8-10 to crumbling to 4-7 now.
He's using a lot more of the lane than most people are this morning.
Well, I think that's pretty much DJ's A game. It's that or nothing for him. DJ's a field player. He's an area player. And he does have accuracy, but I wouldn't say that DJ Archer is the most accurate bowler on the planet. He's a field player who creates area on the lane with his tilt and ability to be able to change his ball speeds. Normally the slow big wheel, he can keep slowing it down more and more and more to create hook. And when he can't do that is when he gets into trouble. DJ's also one hell of a guy. I remember back when I was 15 years old bowling in some of the regional, they used to have these regional junior tournaments. And I remember meeting DJ in the Texas area back in the day. And even today, you know, I see him at an event like this. I was also able to be on hand when he won his first PBA title and his second PBA title. There's so many good people in bowling. I'm seeing a lot of 2-4-8-10s now throughout the building.
Yeah.
We just saw another one there on 16.
So we are in the middle of game 3 of 8 this morning. There's probably a little transition going on out there right now.
We're looking at about 40 minutes a game at this point. Is that kind of what we're thinking?
Well,
9:34. Did we start right at 8?
Pretty much. I mean, it was 10 minutes of practice, and they did start at 10 till 8, so I think it was that. So 40 minutes a game, and that's a little longer than I was estimating last night, so that means we won't have as big a hole in between the squads.
So let's think about that. 40 minutes a game.
Puts us done at about
maybe
120.
35 minutes a game. That's more accurate.
So that'll put us done around 12:50 or 1 o'clock.
Yeah, so we will be able to go grab some food.
Yeah. Yep.
That's what we'll do. On these webcasts, we have to pace ourselves because if you're just joining us, we do have this A squad here of 8 games. And the skip procedure is right lane moves a pair to the right, left lane moves a pair to the left. Correct, Dennis?
It is correct.
And then after these 8 games, they're going to oil the bowling center, and then at 2:30 we'll be back with the B squad. And the B squad is going to consist of 8 games as well. And then after that squad is over, they are going to attempt, it's not guaranteed, but it's pretty probable. That's called P squared, pretty probable. And if that happens, then we'll be here for another 8 games. That will begin somewhere around 7:30-ish, we're hoping.
I would imagine. I hope. Yeah, like you said, I hope.
Yeah. So 35 minutes a game would put us at 70 minutes times 4. 280 minutes divided by 60. It's 4 hours. 4 2/3 hours.
And that's about how much time it took me to drive down here yesterday.
Yeah, 4 hours and 40 minutes.
Yep.
Roughly for the squad. So we would be done at 12:40 today on this first squad. And then B squad would be done at 7:10.
Can they all?
So we'd be probably starting about 7:45 tonight.
But they have to oil in between squads.
Yeah, I
I
think they
don't
can get
think
that.
they can get that.
Maybe not.
They can't.
Yeah, so
it's going to
8
take an hour.
o'clock.
It'll take an hour to oil this place at least.
8 o'clock. So we'd be looking at about 12:40 in the morning being done tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a realistic schedule if it continues. So, and then tomorrow morning we'll come back with the cashers, which is, I believe, 1-4 ratio at this event.
Right. Right now it looks like, but with the numbers of people that are on the sheets, it looks like 16 to come back in the morning, and then obviously if they come up with a full squad again tonight, then it would be around 24 to come back in the morning for 4 more games.
Yep.
While we're sitting here just chattering away, Henninger's grabbed another 2 strikes up there, so he's got the front 7, and we're watching this in front of us right now on lanes 15 and 16. So we are there to potentially black cloud him, since we've brought it. We talk about black clouds, and we used to have our cool graphics with lightning and whatnot. Is it the same as talking about a no-hitter in a stadium whenever you're sitting there mentioning it?
Potentially. I usually like to just get it out of the way very early, and when they throw 1 strike, say, oh, we got a possible chance at 300. We're going to get blamed regardless.
Yeah. So Robert, who is Patrick Martinez? He's the you've given us some characteristics already that he's shot games of 98 and 127. It's obviously not matching up to the pattern.
No, it reminds me of me bowling nationals this year.
Yeah, Fred, you can verify what Robert's saying by going and take a look at the standing sheets that we've got posted under the event information tab on InsideBowling.com. Click on the live stream link at the top of the page, and then down below the window there's an event information tab, and the standings will be posted there. We will switch back to 5 and 6 in just a second, Horst. Let's actually, we can go over there for a moment. I want to come back to Henninger whenever we get a chance, but here's 5 and 6.
Yeah, this is a tough pattern, and for Mark Henninger to rattle off 7 in a row, the ham turkey dinner, as we like to call it around here, taken from Jeff Goodger from the PBA Tour. That's the ham bone and the turkey combined together.
Well, it's not like, I mean, he was killing it earlier. He's hanging in there and probably better than, 75% of this squad so far, but he's got games of 211 and 200.
That's 11 over
to start out. So he must just like this pair, or figured out at the end of a game or something like that he liked a roll of a ball. Like I said, he's using more surface in the ball than I've seen him use in a lot of places. Him and Rick Justice right now at 38 over are in 8th place. And if we divide the number of people up from each squad that are going to make the finals tomorrow, 838 is the cut number for here. 811 is right below that. So there's a 27-pin spread between what potentially would make the cut from this tournament, or from this squad to the next. Kevin Williams and Jesse Bauer are that team just below it at 811, and Kevin is getting ready to throw a shot right now on lane 6. He's the guy in the green shirt standing behind him.
He's also got a bit of a rapper's.
I don't want to interrupt you.
He's a rapper as well.
Yes, he is a rapper. Mike, I'm going to let you take it for just a second. So.
Okay. Yeah, Kevin Williams has been doing some rapping and has done a tremendous job with that. I was very impressed with his rapping skills. You should check that out. He's on Facebook, and I think if you just type into Google, I think he's got a website too. I don't remember the website exactly, but wish him all the luck with his possible singing career. There he is. Mark Henninger did get a strike on 15 and 16, so he now has the front 8. He didn't like the shot, came in a little light. So we'll take you back over there when he's up in the 9th frame, but Mark Henninger, 300 game alert. First 8 strikes. Glad you're with us. 2017 Boom Doubles, presented by Hammer and Classic Products. I'm Mike Flanagan. Dennis Hacker also made the trip with me and is helping me out with the broadcast this weekend. I can't thank Dennis enough for his help. Dennis has been part of Inside Bowling since we first started. He spent a lot of time on the airwaves in years 1 and 2 back in 2010, 2011. Dennis also has done a lot in bowling. He has maintained Parker Bones' website since around 1995 and very involved with the USBC in the state of Missouri. He's very active online in participating in bowling conversations and likes to watch a lot of live streaming as well, so it's always a treat to have him in the booth, and he is now back.
I am back.
I just got done bragging about you, dude.
Oh, really?
For a little bit, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just answering some questions here about how to find us on the live stream, and he was excited about being able to see us.
Yeah. So what's so awesome when we do go on live stream, and I say this with complete tender loving care. I got you all queued up there. I just got to hit that one there.
All right, cool.
And I did mention that Henninger had the front 8, and he is about to come up on the left side of your screen with the front 9. But what's so great is when you're on the air and you get phone calls from people, and you know,
yeah.
and then
texts.
and then the people come by, you know, in the booth and want to ask you to explain exactly everything that's going on here and what this is. You know, that always adds to the fun of the stream.
Wow.
There's old Henninger.
Mike, I tell you what, he's
9 in a row.
He's only thrown one ball that I saw that the shape was even just a little wide of what he just threw. That every ball has been absolute flush like that.
Yeah, and what I'm going to do, Dennis, is I'm actually going to let you handle the booth when it comes down to that, because I'm going to go down with my camera.
Okay.
And I'm going to grab, if it gets to that point, I'm going to grab a really cool video of it. Not to say what we're broadcasting isn't cool, but I'm going to get down close and then I'll upload that. Oh, wow. Did you see that? Took the 2 right out of the 1, 2, 4. That's not fun.
No, that tells you your ball's not reading the middle part of the lane correctly.
And if you ever do see something interesting like that, you can hit this button right here, and we'll get the last 9 seconds in a replay.
Okay.
So I'll show you how that works. Here's Anthony Thompson up on the right side of your screen. Okay, now his ball jumped high, all right? So I click that button, and we're going to watch him again throw this shot. See that?
Okay.
There's Anthony Thompson. Sorry that we highlighted that, Anthony, but you were our guinea pig, and that was what we did. And then if I don't want to keep it, I go in and I delete it there. But sometimes it's cool because, you know, you might be, like, we might have some shots of different people striking from different angles, and we'll have them lined up here.
So you can,
and then tomorrow, they might be attacking the lanes differently, and we could say, let's take a look and see how they were attacking them yesterday in qualifying, and you have some clips queued up. Every once in a while, things kind of fit like that.
So I'm getting tutored here, guys and girls. This is a different setup than I saw last year. This wasn't around for the IB Open last year yet, I don't believe.
It was a little different. We've been using Wirecast now for almost 2 years, though.
Okay.
And if you haven't joined us before, during qualifying, and look at that pin just come up.
It's coming all the way.
Is it going to make it to the foul line?
Oh.
Wow. Congratulations. Nice job. Look at that deadwood. Just past the arrows. If this was shuffleboard, that would be a one-pointer.
And, you know, if she steps on that lane there, she could round.
There's Tamara Dunning.
Yeah.
Tournament organizer. Retrieving deadwoods. Very cool.
Now, did she hand that to them, or?
Yeah.
and then someone came and grabbed it away from them. They don't get to keep it.
I would probably hit the reset button and chuck the thing down the lane and get it back into the pit as soon as possible.
Lynn is asking about Jody and George, and they had a rough second game. Lynn, I don't know if you saw the scores that are up under InsideBowling.com. Click on the live stream at the top of the screen and under the event information tab. But Jody had 167 second game, and she was attacking the lanes pretty straight, using a lot of surface from the outside. And George had, after a 147 start, had 189 second game. So they're sitting at minus 92 after 2. Haven't seen the results of game what they might be shooting in game 3 yet.
Hello to Nico Puhar. Thanks for checking in before you go to work today. So you see Hinge, number 5 on the jersey. That is Mark Henninger. I don't know if he wants to go by Hinge now or what it is, but
not sure.
That's the deal.
Yep. Quite a crowd behind him right now watching as he gets got that little hitch at the top of the swing, and he goes through the nose. I think I black clouded him on that one.
Well, we've been talking about it for several frames, and he kept striking. So
yeah.
I'm going to put that one on him and not on us.
But I did say that after the last one that he was absolutely solid on every shot that he threw.
That is true.
So you can kind of blame me a little bit on that.
Now, I will say that a 278 score would be quite nice for he and his partner right now.
And he goes a little high on that
266, is it? Yeah.
Yep. And not very happy about it.
No, threw away 34 pins there is the way he's looking at it.
And his partner is either a 173 or a 120. I'm going to go with the 173, so that that gives them about a plus 40.
Yes.
On that game. And they were plus 38, so they doubled their plus in that game right there.
There's Cameron Doyle making a drive-by. DJ Archer
finishing his 10th frame or getting ready to throw the first shot.
Am I seeing this correctly, that he's got a double going into the 10th?
He does.
Am I reading the scoreboard properly?
You are. And he leaves a solid 9-10.
Yeah. He's just got that trick ball roll that's, you know, it's kind of interesting. And when he's got it, he can run away with the lead. And a lot of other times he's just kind of grinding like today. Hard pattern, straighter is greater, more of a shot maker's pattern, in my opinion, through 3 games. And DJ's this big boomer, you know, this slow hook, slow roll guy.
Mark's waving at us right now.
He is. He's putting a jacket on. And anybody that is coming to the center, Steve Novak, it has started to get a little bit colder in here.
You know, interestingly, Mark just put that jacket on like a pitcher does on just the arm that he bowls with.
That's true.
He did not put it on totally. So that's strategic.
We'll bounce out of here and head back down to the low end pairs. You can check in on the scoreboards.
Looks like everybody's done. So we do have, you know, and it happened last game too, where there is just a little break every once in a while because everybody kind of gets done at the same time right now.
They sure do.
Ryan wants to know what DJ's axis tilt is. Ryan, I believe that is confidential information. I don't think that we're allowed to say what that axis tilt is.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, but we can ask him. Hello to Total Bowling Gear. Mark Henninger is working with Total Bowling Gear now.
Yep.
I was unaware of that. Hello to Jeff Ussery. Thanks, Chad Oakes, in the chat for the positive comments. Any idea why Cameron Doyle was not playing the ITC? Is it because he had to join the Boom doubles? You know, I don't really want to speak a whole lot to this because I don't know a lot of the deal there. But I would like to broach the subject a little bit. There is an interesting dynamic with a young bowler that achieves extreme success at a very early age. I'm going to switch over to the Game 4 graphic now as well.
Okay.
And when that bowler has success, even at the PBA level at the age of 12, and has bowling lanes in his basement, and has had the very best coaching from Team USA, Junior Team USA, prior to going into a collegiate bowling environment, with arguably the best program in the history of college bowling, and that system has worked for several years and has spit out PBA Hall of Fame bowler after PBA Hall of Fame bowler, and then PBA champions like it's an expected thing. And on the female side of things, has done the exact same thing with PWBA, even though it was missing, but world champions, Clara Guerrero, Rocio Rostrepo, all these different bowlers. And you're a young man who has tasted financial success on weekend bowling tournaments and has a father that has set him up perfectly for the road to success in bowling.
Right.
And you enter a collegiate program that has structure and is set up a certain way, and the things that have been working for you for so long with this very rare additional help in your early part of your career, and you go to Wichita, that's not always going to work.
You know, we saw it. We saw a very similar situation with Matt McNeil. Because when he went to Wichita, he was obviously right after the 2 or 3 Open Championship runs that he made. I mean, he's got already 3 trophies sitting at home with animals on top of him.
He's a USBC Hall of Famer already.
Yes, he is. He is. And
he didn't start the first year at many events.
Right.
He wasn't bowling.
We just saw another shot on 15. I don't know if it wasn't
no,
up on the screen.
No, I can't remember, but yeah.
But it was a 6-pin. It was a 3-6-10 where the 6-pin was just taken out of the middle of the. So that tells you guys what the back end of this pattern is doing right now, just to let you know, because the ball's obviously getting way down the lane before it transitions.
Yeah.
You know, so back to what we were saying though. I think the difference between what you just said and what I was talking about with Matt and the way they handled it is that Cameron's got a big resume right now, but emotionally, Cameron is still a very young man. Matt was a graduate student.
Yes.
Whenever he went into Wichita. Also, lots of success, but a lot more maturity, just life experience for Matt. And so I think he handled the situation better. He knew how to listen and understand that, you know, I can try these things and I can be a judge for myself whether I think it's good for my game or not.
Yes.
And Wichita, to be successful, can't let that happen with someone as young as Cameron is just because he's a star already.
Correct.
You know, and so there's a whole big different dynamic going on there. I get it. I totally get it.
I love what Coach V does at Wichita. I think he's got a system that works. I think it's a proven, like I said, arguably the best bowling program in the country. And I love what Cameron Doyle's been able to do already with his career in bowling and the pedigree, so to speak, that presents itself with him. And I just think that there is some confusion on Cameron's side on what he wants to do. I want to go to Wichita. I want to bowl in this team environment. I want to do this thing because this is the next step for me. And then you get there and it's like, yeah, I don't think this feels great. And there's GG3 giving us a wave to the camera.
I didn't see him. Okay.
So
I'll trust you.
Here it is.
Oh, okay. Oh, good. That was very good.
Did you like that?
Yeah. Would you say that Wichita State is a place that creates stars, but
Hi, Mitch. Yes, I would.
creates stars, but not necessarily a place for established stars to go to?
Mitch Beasley just said that the approaches are a little tacky when you move left. He just found that out, and he loves to move left, by the way.
Yeah.
C.J. Anderson, by the way, Denver Broncos Super Bowl champion, is also on this pair, or these two pairs that we're watching. He's bowling with Brett Cooper on lanes 7 and 8. So if you do see C.J. Anderson, yes, that is the running back for the Denver Broncos bowling in this event. He loves bowling, and he's been in on a couple of our live streams.
Oh, that's cool. That's
But
really
yeah,
cool.
Wichita is a great program, and I don't really know what's going on there with the Cameron thing, but I do know that Cameron, I believe, prefers to bowl events like this as opposed to the collegiate bowling scene at this point in time. I think he believes that bowling collegiately, I'm putting words in his mouth, and I don't know the whole story necessarily,
Right.
but I am speaking of it because I think it is worthy to talk about a little bit. And I don't shy away from some controversial topics, and we did have this question in the chat. I believe that right now Cameron would prefer to continue to grind out weekend tournaments, bowling for money. And let's think about this. And it could be, that could be viewed as selfish, by the way. You know, you're with Wichita State. You're a top-notch recruit. I'm sure he's getting scholarship. And he chooses to come bowl this event with Chris Barnes. I mean, you got a lot of great options there as a young man.
Right.
But at the same time, I'm sure it's a mutual situation there at Wichita, and I'm sure he and Coach V have a plan that none of us know. That is how things are going to work with him. Maybe he needed a year to just say, you know what, I don't like how this is going, and let's revisit it next year for my sophomore season.
Yep.
You know, I don't know. I have no idea. And when you're at that age, you don't know. Very few, I should say, know what they want to do in life. They don't know their degree. They don't know what they want to major in. I know I didn't. It's a very interesting time for young people. Very, very interesting time. And all I can say is I wish Cameron nothing but the best. And he's going to be successful in whatever it is that he does and how he chooses to get there. And I also have the utmost respect and love the Wichita State bowling program.
Right. So, I mean, there's a question in the chat that kind of leads me into what I was about to say here anyways. Will Wichita State stay as the top collegiate bowling program, or will McKendree or Weber International overtake it? It has the reputation of being the best, and has for a long time. And so why wouldn't a guy like Cameron want to go to the best? You know, it's a logical thing for that to happen.
C.J. Anderson with another strike.
Now, so you don't know necessarily what the culture is going to be like before you get there. All you know is what you see, you know, in relation to what we saw this past weekend watching the ITCs. I mean, we see those guys winning, or those girls winning often on there. And if they're the best and that's where you want to go, then that's where you go to start out with. Then life happens. And you learn what the life is really like. So
yeah. So maybe we'll have a chance to talk to Cameron a little bit. I don't know if he wants to comment or talk about it at all, but I don't think there's any negative that comes from this. I don't think it's a negative topic or anything. It's just a situational thing. I don't think it's any different than if you and I were going to agree to go to lunch today, and I say, you know what, Dennis, I'm really feeling like Mexican. And if you said to me,
feeling I'd eat my catfish duck.
yeah, I'm looking for American fare today. Well, just different strokes for different folks.
Yeah.
You know, is there an issue if someone saw, I saw Flanagan go one direction out of the parking lot and Hacker go the other direction. Ooh, they must be feuding. There must be a problem. Oh, my. Details later.
Yeah.
Are they going to sit in a booth together at the same time? You think they're going to put a chair between them when they come back? What's going to happen? Oh, wow. Hey, I wanted Mexican.
Yeah.
You wanted American fare. No big deal. Ooh, GG3.
Arkansian.
Take a look at this replay right here. Look at George up on the left side of the lane and watch these messengers take out the 7 and the 10. Boom.
Wow. And by the way, Robert, that wasn't me playing with the instant replays yet. I will probably do so before the day's over with, but that was totally Mike with the GG3 wave a while ago.
Yeah, and you talk about the other collegiate programs. We have not seen the other programs, other than I like to always mention the University of Nebraska,
Yeah.
show that they can be a leading program for an extended period of time. That has yet to be told. We've seen different colleges pop up and have a couple good years with a couple good years of recruiting, and the team is formed together, and then we've seen those teams dissolve because the recruiting process wasn't able to keep going.
RMU, for instance, Matt Gasson up there, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, you haven't heard so much about them since
Robert
he's out
Morris, sure.
since he's out of college.
And it wasn't just Gasson, it was Marshall Kent.
Oh yeah, I forgot about him.
It was
Yeah,
Kyle
yeah.
King, I believe.
Yeah.
And I'm cutting that program short. There were some other really solid bowlers. I think Zager went there. A plethora.
Yeah.
And that's
word.
no slam
Nice
on that program, but it happens. What Wichita has been able to do, and Nebraska, more so on the ladies' side, the men's side has kind of dipped off since the NCAA thing has come in, is Bill Straub and Gordon Vatican have continued to recruit and pump in new talent every year, over and over and over again. And I will then give the nod, I guess, the next honorable mention, the guy that's done it as well and has withstood the test of time for a shorter period, but has proven that there's no chink in the armor here, is at Weber with Del Warren.
Yep.
That guy continues to do that as well. He's very knowledgeable, one of the smartest guys in bowling, a great educator of bowling, but he's also got that hidden special bonus boost, so to speak, in the Kegel training facility at his disposal.
Right.
And it doesn't hurt being on a coastline with a beach
Of course.
or
Of
near
course.
the beach.
Now, do you think it has anything to do? I mean, not especially on the women's side too. But do you think it has anything to do with the international recruiting that Wichita has also done more than a lot of the other places?
I believe so. I mean, Clara Guerrero, Rocio, as I mentioned. I know I'm forgetting others off the top of my head this morning.
George Lambert.
George Lambert,
Right.
yep, from Canada. Yep.
Okay. Just, I mean, and I don't see that so much in the other places, but I do like what we talked about earlier with Weber being good, McKendry being good, Lindenwood. I mean, Lindenwood, it was a fluke that they didn't make the top 16 this year for nationals, but the Belleville team came out of nowhere and made the top 16 for nationals this year with some puppy coaches. John Hyman was a coach this year, and he bowled for them just a couple of years ago. And his brother's on the team. Tim is on the team this year. Scott Hill came out of nowhere this year.
Yep.
Brian Hill's son. And man, was he strong down there watching that top 16 this week.
Sure, and I want to catch up on a couple of comments here because this is a good topic.
Yeah.
Kenny Ryan here says that he's really enjoying this conversation. Kenny's helping us out with the Robert Morris conversation with Zager, Cameron Weir.
Oh, I forgot about Cameron.
Jacob Kent.
And Jacob. Oh, yeah.
Right now, it's Kenny Ryan, Dakota Vostri, Daniel Hansen, Brian Bourget, Mike Martell, still good talent, just not quite the names that you now recognize. And that's a good point. Kenny Ryan is an accomplished Junior Team USA bowler, and Kenny's very talented, and he's bowling with that crew right now. And because of the crew before, they're being overshadowed.
Oh,
is
yeah.
what's happening.
Yeah.
And I'm also getting some. I also got a comment from Steve Novak that says, "Hey, you guys are forgetting. There's other great programs out there as well." Laughing out loud, he says it in jest, but he's absolutely right. You know, Saginaw Valley State, for a period of time, and I just speak to that because Steve went there. He didn't mention that school, but now that he's chimed in, I must mention that Dan McClelland, Bill O'Neill overshadowed guys like the Perushad brothers, a guy like Steve Novak, Anthony Lacaze. I mean, but right now, and I'm not totally hip on college right now. I just kind of see the top end stuff. I'm not down in the weeds right now.
Steve, that's the same way for me too. He said we're forgetting people, and
no,
but see that's a good point.
He said there's a lot more to these college programs. There's a lot more to these college programs than you guys think, laughing out loud.
Than we think?
Well, he's joking. There's just a lot more. There's just a lot that goes into these programs is basically the deal, you know. And then, you know, feelings get hurt too in recruiting.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you know, let's just take Cameron Doyle and Wesley Lowe. Two people on Junior Team USA. They've had a lot of coaching from Brian O'Keefe. Brian O'Keefe's part of a collegiate program.
And the head coach for Junior Team USA now. Right?
Now, right.
Yeah,
but even before, he was
yeah.
an assistant and all that. So let's just say you're Brian O'Keefe and you get hooked up with a program and you go to McKendree. And you move your entire livelihood, your life, you and your wife go there. By the way, Mitch Beasley is now moved in left. And we're going to watch him here on our screen. And I don't want to take away from what's happening in front of us, but during qualifying, as I was trying to mention earlier before, we like to talk about topics, be more of a talk show than anything else, and discuss them and interact with you in the chat. But you would think you've got the inside angle on Wesley Lowe and Cameron Doyle. If you're Brian O'Keefe, in your mind, put yourself in his shoes, you got to think, I've got a really good shot at getting these two guys.
Right.
I would think. That's where my mental state would be. And then they go to Wichita.
Assuming that they've got the right degree programs, too.
And that's what I think Steve also is talking about. There's a lot more to these college programs than you guys think. Well, there are a lot of things. You know, do they have your degree program? Is it a town that I want to be around? Is it a college scene I want to be around? Is it something I believe in? Do I believe in the people that are already there? Is there an opportunity for me to start as a freshman?
Yep. You know, that kind of thing is true. Yeah.
You know, would you rather bat cleanup on a not-so-good team, or would you rather be a bench player on the World Champions?
Again. Here we go again.
Mitch Beasley with the 10-pin coming out.
Yep.
You know, and different strokes for different folks.
Would that be even something that might, if he didn't start all the time, would hurt Cameron's feelings at Wichita?
I don't know.
You know, that's a possibility, I suppose. I mean, we don't know those answers right now.
Why would I go to a tournament to bowl just a few games and hold a clipboard and track scores when I could have gone to Arkansas and bowled with Chris Barnes for money and bowled the entire weekend and gotten something out of it and the experience? Because my goal one day is to bowl on the Professional Bowlers Tour and win more titles than anybody in the history of bowling. You know?
Yep.
I don't know.
Yep. Chris Hester's talked to us a couple of times. Hi, Chris. We saw it earlier.
Re-entries are available in this event. Hello to Tosucka9. Fred says he likes the low scores because it shows the big hook guys that they can't hook on everything. I think that speaks more to the pattern. Chris Hester chimes in, says hello, and gives a little shout out to Moorhead State as we're talking about college bowling here. And Chris Hester says that's the exact conversation that Deandra and I had when I was deciding where to go. Mike, rather start and bowl or learn and get better, but maybe not bowl. I'll tell you, when you're a good youth bowler in your area, you've got titles in your local association youth tournaments. You've gone to maybe a junior gold and placed fairly high. You've gone to a teen masters and placed fairly high. And you're feeling and riding high, and you're getting all these awards, and in your hometown, you are the man or the woman or the young lady or young man.
Yep.
And then you go into a big program, and you are just okay. That, for a young person in their life, or for anyone at any age, is a tough pill to swallow, and that is not something that sits well with people. And then if you want to get into the millennial conversation of where the participation trophy stuff and all that other kind of stuff, which I've got all kinds of takes on that, good and bad. I agree and disagree with so much of that. I have so many different takes that we will not get into, is how does that work? How does that dynamic work? And then you want to add something else, something that happened to Cameron Doyle a couple years ago. A little thing called puberty.
Yeah.
He went from about 5'4" to 6'5", and I'm sorry, your timing and balance at the line is a whole lot different with an extra foot on you.
Yep.
And there for a little while, it took Cameron to get used to that. He was falling off shots. You know, when your timing is, if Norm Duke's timing is off, you don't even know it because he's so low to the ground. If Walter Ray Williams or Mika Koivuniemi is off the same amount as Norm Duke, it's like a big high-rise building leaning a little bit.
Yeah.
It looks like they made a horrible shot.
Yeah.
I personally believe part of the reason why people believe Pete Weber is the greatest bowler of all time over Walter Ray is simply because Pete Weber is shorter. Now, this is crazy. I know there's multiple reasons, but Walter Ray, when he was winning titles, didn't look like he was perfectly balanced at the line and posting every shot. There were many times he was ripping through that ball, and his foot was hopping off the line. And because of that, he wasn't as, I don't know if it would be as sexy or as appealing to watch on TV than this very smooth, high backswing guy later in his career when he got nicer to it, as a Pete Weber hooking the lane, you know, chicks dig the big wheel type of thing. I believe if the roles were reversed and you put Walter's stats on Pete's body and Pete's stats on Walter's body, everybody would go the other way. Kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I still believe Pete Weber's the greatest bowler of all time, but I do think that Walter Ray gets a bad rep sometimes just because he's a taller guy, that it was more difficult. I mean, he still got the job done and was excellent, but it just wasn't as graceful to the line, is I guess what I'm trying to say,
right.
His style. And I believe that's because he's a taller guy. And Cameron Doyle is dealing with that right now.
Yeah. Back to Chris's point here, would you rather start and bowl or learn and get better but maybe not bowl? That's two different kinds of learning, honestly. I mean, I understand what he's saying there, where you spend time on the developmental team at Wichita, probably start out that way and maybe go as a second team every once in a while to some of the tournaments around the country when they take two and they all bowl together. And there's learning in competition and there's learning behind the scenes. And that's got to be one heck of a sell.
Yep.
That they do at that college to get the kid to come there and know that for the first 2 years, nobody's going to even know you're on our bowling team.
Correct.
You know? And then after that, all of a sudden here they show up and they and now they're people are wondering, where was this person? They're a junior. Where was this person the last 2 years? Well, they weren't that good then. They grew up outside of the spotlight and then moved into the spotlight. So
there's your college bowling talk for the morning. Kenny Ryan says, to the point of bowling or not, personally, I've seen both sides. Freshman year, I came in with Matt, Tyler, Green, Ryan, Kyle, etc., all still there. I learned a lot from the back. It means you have to practice more, too, because if you're not getting your reps in on the weekend, you got to get that many more shots through the week.
Absolutely.
Andrew Anderson near the booth, hanging out.
We didn't even talk about scores after Game 3, Mike.
No, we didn't. We've got them right here, though. Anthony Pepe and Farrell Williams lead. 681 for Pepe to start, 715 for Farrell Williams. Matt Gasson, 657. Andrew Anderson, 726. In their third game, Gasson had 225 and Anderson 268. Rick Justice and Mark Henninger are in third with Mark's 266 that we saw right here on our live stream. And fourth,
they jumped 5 spots.
Yeah, they sure did with just 39 over for Game 3.
Wow.
Kyle Sherman and Brad Miller. Sherman bowls 222, Brad Miller 278 for a 500 game. I believe that's
a 179.
That's the first 500 I think we've seen today. It was 500 on the nose, so they jump into fourth position. Lavery Spar and Brian Lose
fall off it.
And then Chris Johnson and Dino Castillo. So if you want to see those scores completely, you can go check them out on the Inside Bowling event information tab. Barnes and Doyle, 221 for Barnes, 179 for Doyle in game number 3. Give you an update on those two. I'll give that to you.
All right, cool, thank you.
So I hope you've enjoyed this morning's conversations thus far. We're in game 4 of 8, as you see on your screen there. We are in Little Rock, Arkansas, at Dave and Jeanette Gibson's Professor Bowl West. Tamara Dunning, tournament director, here for the second year of the Boom Doubles.
Is there a Big Rock, Arkansas?
I'm not sure, or a medium or any other size that you'd like to try to find. I'm not aware. So you got George Gohagen there, and you've got C.J. Anderson. We mentioned again C.J. Anderson, professional NFL football player, running back, Denver Broncos. He's got a Super Bowl ring to his name, and he's bowling with Brett Cooper, his good friend. Brett is the Storm Bowling Products sales manager for Colorado and neighboring states. I'm not sure if Arkansas is one of his states. I don't believe that it is, but it could be. And Brett likes to get out and bowl, throw the rock around quite a bit, and he and CJ have become good friends, and Brett's a huge Denver Broncos fan. So it's a treat for him, I'm sure, every time he gets to shoe up with the running back of the Denver Broncos. So very, very cool, and it's nice to have CJ in the field. We typically let him do his thing at these events because this is his opportunity to go out and compete in a sport that he loves equally as much as football. So thanks for bowling, CJ.
That is pretty cool. I get a kick out of all those guys. Mookie Betts, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
As involved as he's been in the World Series of bowling the last couple of years, World Series of baseball the same year.
Mookie had, I say arguably again, but arguably the best season of any player last year in baseball.
Picked by a lot of people this year for MVP in the American League to start out. Did you see how long it had been since till he struck out?
No.
Well, he went 13 games this year without striking out, and it went into last season supposedly, and then they showed the last time last season that he struck out, and it was a iffy called third strike, and I don't even know what happened prior to that. So he went 13 games without striking out this year.
Also a note coming in as well, and you and I were talking about this in the room last night. One of the first things we wanted to do is we wanted to check and see who made the finals of the intercollegiate. Is it called the ITC's Intercollegiate Team
Championships?
Thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
And congratulations to Weber and McKendree. Weber International and McKendree have the finals in the men's and the women's division. They're going to bowl against each other. I believe it's today.
Right.
And
taped and then for showing on CBS Sports Network later on.
Yeah, and Greg Young's mom sent me a note here and was just saying, Greg thrives on the teamwork, and she's a proud mom of what he's been able to do at McKendree. And absolutely.
Weber men came through the I don't know if we're allowed to call it the losers bracket anymore in a tournament like that. Is it contenders bracket or something like that? You have to call it now. You're not allowed to say losers bracket.
Yeah.
Whatever. But anyways, they came through that after losing to Wichita early in the competition. I believe it was, if not round 1, round 2, that they lost to Wichita and then came all the way back through the losers bracket to.
Yeah, very, very, very cool. I will tell you right now, you know, I talked about this on a little webcast I did yesterday, I don't even remember when it was now, on Facebook Live. I did it on the InsideBowling Facebook Live channel. And I spoke a little bit about just the state of bowling in the last 7 years and tournaments and what's happened. And one thing that I didn't mention or talk about was just how the NCAA programs, I think have been around 10 years now. I'm not for sure, but it's right around there, the women's NCAA program.
Okay, yep.
And a lot of people ask me, Mike, why isn't NCAA men's? And the way it was explained to me, and this is what I've been told, is that in NCAA competition, there was a big push in which they needed more female sports.
Scholarships.
Yeah. Scholarships to balance out with the male ratio.
Right.
And there was this opportunity for bowling, because there's so many young women that bowl, to get in this NCAA segment. And on the men's side, they're capped out on scholarships. So it's a harder sell to get the men into NCAA, so that's why it's women's only. But this is a case where I firmly believe that if the NCAA women's collegiate bowling continues to grow at the rate that it is and continues to attract the very best coaches and new coaches like a Kim Terrell Kearney and some other folks like that, it would not shock me if the NCAA sits in a room and says, wow, this women's collegiate bowling thing is really taken off. This thing is huge.
Yeah,
we need men's.
Now, there's a lot of preparing that goes into that too, because NCAA is still NCAA, and that means no money. They must still be an amateur.
Correct.
So they have to protect the young women, making sure that they don't do anything like some of the young guys do whenever they get out of junior leagues and maybe bowl in something and get paid, you know what I mean? Because that makes them ineligible from that point on.
Correct.
Forever.
Yep.
And so I think if they were going to ever start, if they ever came up with enough scholarships and whatnot, that I think they would have to, they'd have to prepare for years to make enough men eligible to make the programs work.
Yeah. No,
it's a whole,
it's a whole different ball.
Mindset.
That's for sure. Mark Henninger stopping by the booth.
We were talking about the big move you made with just 40 over. You went from 8th to 3rd. So
Scores are not easy out there.
that's what it looks like. So big change from when I saw the washout on the first shot on the next pair. Was it a big change in the way the pair reacted?
That haywire was too strong.
Haywire was too strong?
Picked up too quick and just bailed down lane.
Okay. Mark standing next to me talking about the haywire that he was using. I knew it was a ball with a little more surface than I've seen him use, and he said that it picked up too quick and just quit on him basically and washed out.
What I find interesting in today's environment compared to the good old days, and you've got a few years on me, not to date you, but
I do have a few years on you.
But it's nowadays, it's about the ball. He didn't say I threw it bad or I needed to firm up because that pair is hooking more. He immediately said the ball was too aggressive. I needed to go to a different ball. I don't want to move my feet. I don't want to change the way I'm bowling. I need to grab a different piece of equipment.
Right.
That is a whole other topic.
It's because it's the way he learned how to do it. I mean, that's what they learned. That's the learning process on guys in his age group right now on how you adjust. It's what he knows to do to adjust.
We've got action for game number 5. Take you out to the lanes now.
So my point there is that kind of leads us into the whole discussion, and an argument. It's a pretty big argument on the USBC's decision to hide the pattern for the Open Championships when you have people flying from all the way across the country and have to put bowling balls on airplanes. They want to know. They want to know volume. They want to know length. They want to know as much as they can about the pattern. Not even talking about practicing on the pattern specifically, but they want to know if I've got to conserve resources, meaning money and places on airplanes for bags, what balls should I choose to bring with me? And they're thinking that it gives locals who can drive there and pack every bowling ball they have in their trunk an advantage over the people who fly across the country to bowl a tournament like that.
And speaking of which, here is the pattern posted for this event. If you're just joining us, you can take a look at the pattern there. I've had it up on the screen for a little bit. Cameron Doyle picks the 2-4-10.
They showed that pattern on Tuesday of this past week, so it's been out for 3 days, 4 days, probably
Gives
not.
you time to pack and figure out what you're going to do.
Right.
We're glad you're with us. Mike Flanagan and Dennis Hacker here with you in game number 5 of this 8-game block of the A squad qualifying. We'll have B squad qualifying coming to you today at 2:30. And then we'll also have a C squad qualifying tonight. We're assuming somewhere around 8 o'clock.
It's flying right along, honestly, Mike.
Yeah, it's going well this morning. We've had some good topics. We've had some good conversation here in the chat. We've had some nice folks sending in some information. And I haven't even got into Twitter or Facebook or anything like that yet today. And we will, as the day goes on, we will promote the webcast a little bit more and see what's going on. As a matter of fact, at this moment in time, I'm going to head over to the InsideBowling Twitter account and see if we have any activity of folks tweeting about us today.
Tweeting is how you say that?
Yeah, some people call it the Twitter tweets, and I call it tweeting.
Okay.
So let's see what we got. Head over to InsideBowling. I'm sure we'll have some notifications here, 12 to be exact. Let's see what we got here today. We've got Tom Hess sending us a shout out today. Retweet his tweet. A lot of other people loving our tweets out there on Twitter.
Oh, my. You folks didn't see it. It's a solid 9 on lane 15. Also using a haywire, I believe.
No, I think they did see it. Is that what pair we're on? No, you're right.
No, we're on 5 and 6.
Yeah, you're right.
Right?
Doyle and them are down there.
Yeah.
We do have Cameron Doyle and Chris Barnes for you.
Shea Bittenbender and Tim Barrett right here in front of us. You can't see them on the camera because they're on 13 and 14, but we'll get a chance to see them for the first time. And looks like they'd fallen to 10th place. Mike, there is a question, or we were discussing this while you were on your walkabout this morning, on what the asterisk after the names mean in the standings here. Some people were saying that it meant that they were in the optional singles.
Yeah.
But a guy like Matt Gasson didn't get in the optional singles. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, probably, and I'll explain why. Matt Gasson's working full-time at Ebonite International. Matt Gasson doesn't have a whole lot of confidence in his game right now. Now, I'm sure you're going to come back and you're going to want to talk about his outing at Nationals just a few weeks ago. But he's not necessarily, because he's working and he's in his full-time job now, he's really focused on that, and he's not focused on bowling. So he feels like, even though if he's having some success, that he's not as sharp as he needs to be. And he just probably didn't have the confidence to bet on himself in that individual. And last year, if I remember correctly, when Gasson came to this event and bowled with Andrew Anderson, I don't believe they fared too well.
Okay.
So he had bad mojo coming into the tournament.
Okay. So mojo, got it. Okay.
That would be my guess. Now,
Right.
you or I would say Well, we'd probably get in the bet to win pot because if you don't play, it doesn't pay, and we just get in regardless of our skill level.
You got to bet on yourself.
But sometimes you don't love you some you.
Yeah. I tell you what, though, when I was his age, this is not anything except for just memories for me. But when I was his age, there's not a whole lot of other people I would have bet on besides me.
Yeah, it's just different strokes, different folks. There are some professional bowlers out there that have never backed themselves because they don't feel confident enough and they needed someone else to back them.
Right.
And they've gone on to amazing careers because that allowed them to be mentally in the spot where they need to be, where they knew they weren't losing their own money.
Right.
And it allowed their arm swing to loosen up a little bit. So every personality is different. And it's pure joy to watch when that personality matches up in a situation and it just works.
Now, you alluded to, the fact that I'm a little older than you.
Yes.
And that means that when I was betting on myself, balls had 2 holes in them and they were wooden. Just a finger hole and a thumb hole.
Maybe. Did you bowl on your bare feet too?
Like Fred Flintstone.
Yeah.
He was my doubles partner.
I thought he might have been.
Yes.
I thought I remember seeing you on an animated episode. Did Wilma really look that good in person?
Yeah. But Betty's pearl necklace was nicer.
Oh,
I
okay.
think. The great big pearls.
Okay, all right. I remember you telling me a story once about how you could never go over to Barney and Betty's because Bam Bam just would make too much noise. I do remember that. I remember you telling me that when I first met you, actually.
Just some wacko conversation.
Oh, we can keep that going.
Oh, I know.
For a long period of
I
time.
know.
Long period of time. Cameron Doyle. Oh, look at that messenger.
Yeah.
Let's look at it again. Here's KD. Look how he stays down. Tall, lanky bowler. We talked about it earlier. And he gets the messenger.
And his laydown point looks like about 35 right now at the line.
Watch this shot here. I don't want to beat a dead horse. There's Ryan Whitney, but I want to watch the shot one more time. Look how tall he is. He's got knee bend, but he's not that low at the line.
No, he's not.
And if you go back and watch old videos of him, he's very low at the line. Very deep knee bend. And that's like I was talking about. When he hit that growth spurt, his whole game changed. Now, Barnes is a tall individual. Loves to play basketball. And watch his knee bend here.
Yeah.
Steps out of the shot. And that's what I'm talking about. You look at a guy like Barnes, who's an accomplished Hall of Fame bowler, and he doesn't make a good shot, and he falls off the shot. You watch a Norm Duke, who's lower to the ground, a Steve Hoskins, for instance, back in the day. A lot of these shorter people, when they make a bad shot, they're not going to fall off the shot.
Let me fill you in on something on that right there, though. As you get older, it's a whole lot harder to post the shot when you're playing as deep as he is playing right now on the lane. You have to almost use a slingshot to get the ball down the lane at the speed that you want it to from there.
Yeah.
When you're older, you can't post like you can post whenever the lanes are real tight and you're playing in the track and whatnot. So when he does that and you've got that heavy object coming down as hard as it is on the right side of you and going through like that, you're going to step out of the shot. It happens quite a bit.
Sure.
And I've noticed it. Looks like the lanes are starting to develop in the center. This is game 5, we said, right? So they're starting to develop in the center for some of the players that like to play there. Obviously, Cameron and Chris are on the inside now. I see Shea Bittenbender playing the part of the lane that he likes to play out here in front of us.
Chelsea,
I don't know for sure which. I believe that they're moving right. I think that's so they're going to be on our featured pair next game on game number 6.
We'll have them the next 2 games actually, right?
They skip a pair.
Oh, they do skip.
Yeah,
okay.
we skip a pair.
All right.
So
I wasn't sure of that.
Yep. So they'll be on 17 and 18. We will be able to watch them closer on the next game, but and that'll be, like I said, game number 6.
So it took about 2.5 hours to bowl those first 3 games. Or 4 games, sorry.
Okay.
First 4 games.
Raquel, you're the city. Raquel, you're now ready.
So that's about a 5-hour squad.
Yeah.
It's almost like a map quest, estimating how long it's going to take to get there.
Absolutely right. Do want to welcome in all 152 people watching.
Oh, I didn't see one.
And our feed starting to climb, so thank
That's
you,
awesome.
everybody. This is the Boom Doubles qualifying. Mike and Dennis here with you. And as we've been talking about all morning, we have this squad. We'll have a B squad, then a C squad tonight. So we'll have coverage pretty much all day for you. I would say close to 17 hours of coverage over the course of the whole day. So
pretty much.
And if you're watching our archive later, which most people do, thanks for watching. We will have the finals for you tomorrow as well. Top 4th of the field will come back tomorrow morning for 4 games of the Cashers round, and then we'll take the top 8 for round-robin match play. With that all-important position round coming around 4 in the afternoon, and we'll crown a champion. $10,000 goes to the winner of this event.
I want to welcome to all the members of the Corps who are joining us today. I posted this morning on our Double Secret Facebook page.
Yeah, let's talk about the Core a little bit, Dennis.
Okay.
The USBC launched this new product this year, or was it this? It was
this year.
This season.
This season.
This
yeah.
season.
Yep.
Called the Core, and how much is it? Is it 120?
129.
129.
At least it was at the very beginning. Now
They ran
did
a special for a little while.
It was a half-season type of a deal.
Okay.
I think, because it's a renewal thing each year.
$80 or something.
I thought it was something like that. I
Yeah.
don't remember specifically how much it was, but
And you get a package that arrives to you in the mail from the USBC, and it's a nice package. You get a flash drive, I believe, and a plaque, and
the plaque is pretty cool. The plaque is a perpetual.
Doyle takes the 6-pin out late.
Yeah. The plaque's a perpetual accomplishment plaque. Basically, there's 4 columns of plates, and the first year it comes assembled, you give them your numbers, and they send you the plaque with the first year on it. And then each year, they'll ask you what were your numbers for this year, and they'll send you a set of plates that you can attach to it yourself.
Okay.
So for 5 years, you'll have what your average, what your high game, what your high series was each of those years, and it's nice looking. It's very professionally done.
That's cool.
But for me, and the stuff in the box was nice. I mean, there's a coin and there's a towel and there's.
Well, it gives you something physical to say.
Something physical.
Hey, I bought this.
But honestly, that didn't mean anything to me. The stuff that I got, the plaque was nice. It was
Barnes
nice to see
with
that.
the 10-pin out.
I was the very first person who bought it.
I remember that.
So, because I was one of the first 5, I got a Visiball as a gift for being a member of the Corps.
Oh,
So
that's
I've got
cool.
a Corps Visiball at home.
Nice.
That I could actually drill because I ordered it in 14 pounds, and that's what I've been using for
It was
the last
probably made by On the
7
Ball
years.
Bowling.
I would imagine it was, very much so. So that's kind of cool to have that. But for me, the way this was presented and the way that it was described, I guess, by the USBC is information. And I just devour Facebook and all the bowling stuff that's on there. Every chance I read, I watch. I watch every video that somebody puts up there.
Yeah.
That's just what it's all about, is information. And the stuff that I've been able to see so far this year is phenomenal. Behind the scenes stuff that you don't even know you wondered about it, but you did. You know, that's the thing. Like we were discussing earlier, you had a deal with Tom Doherty and talking about what he did on a day at one of the tournaments.
Yeah, a day at the Masters with Tom Doherty,
Yeah.
available on the Hammer YouTube channel, by the way. Go check it out.
So on the core, they did it with a number of different. It seems like they also they equally highlight all the different ball companies and different people who represent them. So
Sure.
So they would, you know, they mic'd up Tom for a game as he was beginning a Masters squad, and during practice, you heard him talking with his rep on how they were going to attack the lanes and the different balls that he was trying and what they might have done out there, and then after that, you heard him in between shots. He'd make a shot and talk about, that didn't do what I thought it was going to do. I'm going to switch to a different ball, or I was going to attack this lane differently, or I got to get the ball into the lane sooner, or something like that. So it's just cool to be able to hear that kind of stuff. They had each of the ball reps mic'd up one day and had for 15 minutes while practice was going on, walking around and talking to all their players, and here's what this guy's doing, so you should probably get this ball out of your bag and try it out there for a couple of shots and
Sure.
and stuff. And it was just cool to be able to hear those kind of things that you never hear, those
Sure.
conversations. So
Okay. We had a correction on the sheet, everybody. It was 269, not 169 for Justin Dunn bowling with Anthony Richmond in game number 3. So that vaults them up to 4th position. Anthony Richmond, Justin Dunn now in 4th position with a score correction.
and that is more than a score correction, because we didn't have 4 game totals until this is brand new.
Oh, it is?
Yes.
All right. So Pepe and Farrow, they continue to lead, don't they?
Yep. And
Pepe bowled 273 the last game. He bowled 954 to start. Farrow bowled 195 and has 910 to start.
276 for Anthony on his first game, 273 game 4. So a couple of he's liked a couple of pairs. Let's put it that
And
way.
you're watching Chris Barnes and Cameron Doyle, who just came off a huge game, 268 for Barnes, 245 for Doyle. And Barnes came by the booth and actually looked at our scores, wanting to see where that put them. And when Barnes is up looking at scores, that means he's bowling good.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's awesome. 901 for Chris to start the day, 856 for Cameron. We talked about Richmond and Dunn, 842 and 883 respectively. Rick Justice and Mark Henninger after the 266. Mark bowled a 210 and Rick Justice 230, helping his partner out there. They are in 5th position. If you want to see all these scores, you can go check it out on the Inside Bowling Event Information tab. Is there any other teams there, Dennis, that stick out to you?
Well, we talked about Sherman and Miller. They were in 4th. They dropped to 6th right now by giving up a few pins, but they're still 90 over after 4 games. Now, think about that. We're talking about a doubles team, and we're talking about a team that's in 5th position or 6th position right now, being 90 over as a team. They're averaging 211, and that's not a very high number to be in 6th in a tournament like this. We were looking at how many teams were plus earlier, and it looks like there are still 11 teams plus.
Out of 31, right? Is it 30?
Holy cow. So Shea Bittenbender, 223. Tim Barrett, 136 last game. That's
Yeah, somebody mentioned that in the chat, and I
One-
responded and said they are
359.
hard.
Yes, they are. They are. So they dropped. Well, they actually didn't. They bowled that game and only dropped 2 spots, Mike, in the standings.
Yeah, and you can bowl 130 on this, and you and your team can overcome that. That's not disaster, because Bittenbender bowled 223 that game, so they totaled 359, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's 174 and a half each. So if you think of it as a team, I just shot 174. You shot 174 on a bad pattern. Come on, let's go. Let's go try to get 430, 440, and let's be plus for these 2 games.
Right.
That mentally, you can overcome that.
Well, but Timmy's on a downward spiral because he starts out with 257, then goes 2-0, 170, 130.
Yeah, but Barrett is an accomplished player. Barrett's won the Peterson before.
Absolutely.
Barrett has competed and tried the PBA level. Tim is the type of guy that when he bowls a 130, he probably tried 4 or 5 different balls in that game because he wants to shoot 750 and get the right ball reaction. And in this game, currently, he's in front of our booth, and we'll have those 2 on the next game. Shay's actually looking over his shoulder now. They're looking to how to attack the lanes together. They're making a decision together. And Tim, this particular game, goes strike 7 spare, 8 spare, 8-1.
And then split.
And then split and covered it. Now up another ball change. We're just kind of taking you through the mindset of what's going on here. And he switches to a ball that sails past the break point. So
every ball he's used on this pair right now has had that kind of reaction toward the end. He's not had anything that's actually come up.
Now my opinion, obviously easy to do from back here in the booth, my opinion on Barrett would be to ball up because the oil's being pushed down the lane. He's good at getting it through the fronts. And I would what I would call feed the tube. Meaning I would play the track area, probably somewhere between the 17th and 14th board, and give it about 3 or 4 boards of swing room or belly, so to speak, with a high-end bowling ball. That gives me early roll, mid-lane hook, and a medium down-lane reaction.
I'm going to give you a counter theory.
All right.
On that. Remember what Mark told us a few minutes ago when he moved from 15 to 11 and 12? There's been so many people who started today with surface that I think the heads are getting burnt in that right side. And Timmy's kind of locked out right now. He's either going to, if he starts in that side, he gets a ball that reacts too soon. And when he moves in to find oil in the heads, he's got a ball that slides like that ball just did right there. So if a ball is done, it can look like there's oil being pushed all over the place down there, and that's really not the case. It just doesn't have anything left when it gets down to that part of the lane to do anything with.
And yes, folks, we are calling kind of the shots here on a pair that we're not even showing on the screen right now. That's what we do sometimes.
We apologize for that.
But these guys will be over in the next match, so we'll kind of keep you posted on what's going on there. We're just kind of highlighting the fact that Tim Barron had a pretty bad game, and they're one of the favorite teams according to the odds makers coming into the event. And right now they're currently struggling a little bit trying to find ball reaction, although the lanes are helping out right now as they won't set a rack for them. It set all the pins and they all fell over. So maybe that's a sign. Maybe Tim's going to start knocking them all down easier.
It's very possible.
Meanwhile, Barnes left the split on the pair that we've been watching, lanes 5 and 6 and 7 and 8. Cameron Doyle up right now.
Remember Chris Barnes and Cameron teamed up with a 268-245 set last game. That's the highest game we've seen today, I believe.
Yeah, and they just made the turn, I believe. They were down on the high end of the building to start the day, and now they find themselves on lanes 7 and 8. So maybe, I guess the game before they bowled on 3 and 4. If they're on 7 and 8 now.
Yes. If they're moving right, that would be the case. Yeah,
now, what's interesting about 3 and 4 is the first game, that's what Andrew Anderson and Matt Gasson started on that pair. And if you look at their scores from game number 1, they had the high game in the building, our second highest game in the building.
Right.
With 226, 257.
Right.
So 3 and 4, kind of high scoring. You look at it that way.
And so have 15 and 16 been today for us. That's where Henninger had his front.
Yeah, front 9.
Front 9. And Anthony Pepe starts out with 276.
Mitch, yours now ready.
And there's a lot of orders ready in the snack bar here today. You keep hearing the intercom system.
Yeah, so if you guys have ordered any takeout, your order could be ready.
It could be. They've also turned the air conditioner thermostat down a little bit.
William Martin in the chat says, I only bowl on walls. I'd be so crushed for life for trying to score on this one.
This is the first weekend of the doubleheader for us. Next weekend we'll be in Indianapolis for our flagship event, the InsideBowling.com Open. Logo Infusion, the title sponsor. You can save 20% at Logo Infusion with coupon code IBOPEN17. IBOPEN17. Check out the folks at Logo Infusion. Go to logoinfusion.com. Get your jersey ordered, and if you win the event this year with Logo Infusion on, you win an additional $2,000 thanks to the folks at Logo Infusion.
Mike, I tell you, I hate missing the tournament because I love that tournament, working the tournament as well. But I'm kind of excited about my 11-day bowling adventure right now.
Yeah.
I really am.
You're just starting.
I am just starting.
Take the folks through that. You've started out here with us, bringing
Yep.
this coverage, and then where do you go next?
Go to St. Louis tomorrow night and probably get there. I don't even know why. I mean, I got hotel with points because I travel a lot. For those of you who are friends with me on Facebook, you see my updates and how many times I am in the airports and stuff like that. But I got a hotel room with points tomorrow night and fly out for Vegas on Monday morning at 7. And go out for the convention. Actually, I've got some friends from St. Louis who are bowling the Open on Monday evening at 5:30, so I'm going to go watch them bowl too on Monday night. And then Tuesday through Thursday, the USBC National Convention. It's my second time attending that, and it's fun to go see people that I talk to on Facebook all around the country. And then I get to hang and do some lessons with Bill Hall and practice on the weekend, maybe a side event or two, and then bowl USBC Open on Sunday night and Monday morning. And I imagine there's probably going to be a little pie gow or let it ride in the middle of that as well. I like pie gow.
That's the game where you sit there and get free drinks and pretty much not lose your money, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's been fun. I mean, I don't know about Vegas because everybody's staying all over the place out there. You know, it's such a big place and so many different places to stay. But when we go to Reno, you know, there's only like the Tri-Properties and maybe Harris, right?
Uh-huh.
So if you've got teams that stay in places together, I've been on a pie gow table where it's been just the guys in my group. I mean, we sit down in all 5 or 6 chairs at the table and keep that table all night.
I often see that as well at PBA events. You'll see Osku Palermo with Ronnie Russell and Chris Loschetter and Tom Smallwood all around a pie gow table.
It's fun. And then I come home and then go 30 different cities over the next 2 or 3 months doing focus groups.
I watched this show called Impractical Jokers.
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever watched that show.
I have, yeah.
I love when they do the focus group settings. It gets me laughing so hard.
Because they are in a different room making them say things in front of those people.
Yes, yes. It's the funniest thing. I just laugh and laugh and laugh.
Yeah.
I actually had this concept. I wanted to do Impractical Bowlers.
Huh.
I wanted to film some episodes and stuff. I have all these like great ideas, but I don't have the personnel or the filmmaking connections to make this stuff happen. But could you imagine grabbing 4 professional bowlers, 2 men, 2 women, and doing that exact same show, but doing it in like bowling centers? That would be hilarious.
Yeah, it would be fun.
Barnes is over checking the scores again. He's got his 900 Global Yeti in his hand. Oh, he's too cheap for a Yeti. It's a Well, what it is he probably got it with like some sort of free gift. He probably ordered a pair of pants in the mail, and they sent him a free gift.
Right.
Right, yeah. Yep. Chris actually slept in his car last night to save a few bucks, too. And to save on gas mileage, he only showed up to the tournament with 1 ball today. Said, I can just change my hand position. Maybe later you'll have time to grab a chair maybe later for half an hour maybe. Well, I'm priming you to give you the opportunity to be able to come in and then get your share of giving me trouble.
That's what internet trolls are for.
Well, true.
They're picking on Robert still in the chat. I didn't look at Robert's scores, and I lately. Sure.
We've got a game 6 coming up here. Game 5 almost in the books here as Chris Barnes stops by the booth. He's chilling with us. We're watching Ryan Whitney finish up game number 5.
Let's see if we can get Timmy to. You guys can't see this, but you'll see it in the next. I want to see if he can get that ball to face up here finally. And see, that's what happens right there.
Yeah, but he's got a weak ball in his hand now, so he's afraid to trust it right.
Right. And now he's got a 3, 6, 9, 10, which on this pattern is not an easy spare.
Nope. Now, I don't know how DJ Archer's bowling. We'll check in a moment. But I would guess as now this pattern's getting tougher and they're starting to burn up to the right, I bet DJ Archer's scores start going up. Because we were giving him the hard time earlier a little bit about the way he bowls and hooking at this pattern. But I would guess that DJ Archer is going to start getting kind of comfortable.
And see, the pattern's starting to develop for Shea. He's pointing from the gutter.
He's kind of playing fallback now,
yeah.
really, is what he's doing.
Yeah.
With an aggressive ball. Tim can do that, and we're going to see all this here in just a few moments. We're going to have C.J. Anderson on our pair with Brett Cooper again, and we'll have Tim Barrett and Shea Bittenbender for sure. We've got no bowling on 15 through 18. Oh, we're also going to have Matt Gasson and Andrew Anderson. If they bowled Baker, they may go under the name Matt Anderson.
Yep.
Or Andrew Gasson, one of the two.
I got to bowl Baker for the first time in a long time last Sunday with Father John.
Was it fun?
No, it was 2 weeks ago on Sunday. Yeah, it was fun.
I said, was it fun? And you say no. I thought you were answering that.
No, yeah. Actually, it's funny. We were 2 old guys bowling, basically. In a field at St. Charles on their house shot. St. Charles Lanes on their house shot. We ended up like 30 pins from cashing in that tournament, the 2 of us together. We missed 1 makeable spare in 12 games. And we were 38 for 38 on single pins. That's because we both have so much practice shooting single pins anymore. that we're good at it. Because we leave a lot.
So here we are, game number 6 underway. Matt Gasson gets us started on lane 16. He and Andrew Anderson crossing with C.J. Anderson and Brett Cooper. No relation between C.J. and Andrew Anderson, but 2 Andersons bowling for us here. And on 17 and 18, Bittenbender and Barrett. Barrett is still bowling over on lane 13.
Even Shea struggled that game, though. He won 94.
Yeah, I just personally don't like where Tim's at on the lane.
Yeah.
He moved in deeper now, but it's still checking up.
It just seems for me, and I really have to watch this myself. Resin balls don't like oil, and they love friction. And when he uses a ball with that surface, the shiny ball, it's got every bit of energy that it starts out with by the time it comes off the end of the pattern, and that's why it's not holding at all. You almost have to play for the ball to burn up a little bit right now to keep it from overreacting on the back of a pattern like this.
I want to look up DJ Archer's scores, just because I was talking about it. 236 in his 4th game, bowled his highest game of the day. I'll be right back.
So while Mike goes on a walkabout, I'll handle the transition here as we're going through. Nothing's going on either of our featured pairs. Actually, you are looking at 15 through 18, and we do see Andrew Anderson getting up here, starting to throw his first shot. Timmy and Shea are moving over to 17 and 18, but here's Andrew's first shot on lane 16, playing also from the corner, kind of like fall back, and the ball slides and doesn't face up, and that's not the reaction he was expecting. Matt's first shot on that lane, if I remember right, crumbled the 4-pin, so. And it's funny too, the folks that are playing from the left, it is kind of like a fallback shot. It's not a shot that goes wide and recovers to the pocket, because there still is that out of bounds out there. This ball, they're keeping everything pretty much in play. And Andrew used urethane at the spare, the 2-4-5 there, and chops the 4 and the 2 and the 4 off of that. CJ is one of the unique deliveries with a fairly strong roll on the ball, and delivers off the wrong foot. Boy, I see a lot of balls going way, way down the lane right now and not doing anything when they get right off the end of the pattern. There's going to be quite a few folks who probably look at this point, especially if they've fallen out of contention, looking to see what happens to the lanes at this point of the tournament and trying to figure out how to conquer this part of the pattern, because this is a difficult part of the squad, it looks like, and if they can figure out now, they'll be back on a re-entry, either next squad or the squad after. Looked to me like there were probably 5 spots left on the B squad. So people who don't want to bowl tonight may grab one of those 5 spots real quick, and if they figure out what's going on with the pair of lanes right now, and get themselves into an afternoon squad as well. Mike CJ's got quite the strong ball roll delivering off a wrong foot, don't you think?
He does.
A lot of leverage there.
Now, Barrett just made a ball change. He switched to a phase 2 with polish. Just just interesting to watch this. I went down, I talked to Shay and Tim made a big move in the game. He bowled 136.
That's when he moved in?
He moved way in because he thought he needed to get in, and he bowled 136 because he couldn't do anything but leave a 2-pin combination.
Right.
So then he moved back to the right and balled down for that whole last game that we were watching and kind of talking about, and he was getting early hook, and he didn't bowl good again.
Right.
He bowled better than 130. So now he just went and grabbed a very, very shiny phase 2 and is going to try that part of the lane. So
well, again, it just tickled the head pin on his first shot over there. He's getting ready to throw on the right. And I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen anybody try to have to fight the ball returns here to get in far enough, but he is going to be bowling on the right lane this time.
I've also just been informed who your ITC men's singles champion is. And if you don't want to be spoiled or know who won, I'm going to say it in about 10 seconds. So turn down your volume for about 15 seconds. But your winner of this year's ITC singles.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Michael Coffey?
Nope. Nick Pate.
That doesn't surprise me.
What a great year he's had.
That doesn't surprise me.
Congratulations to Nick Pate.
He also won the banquet. He had the best looking suit. Oh my God, that was crazy. The two Lindenwood kids that made it bowled against each other in the first round.
Three games to go, 6, 7, and 8. What did Barrett do on his second shot over there?
Chopped a 4 off the 5. I mean, it chopped a 2 off the 5, sorry.
I was going to say. I used to know Tim's game really well. I don't know it that well anymore. You know, bowling league and things around town when I lived in St. Louis, I knew Tim's game really well. I actually got to be a teammate of Tim's when he first joined the Masters League and stuff. He committed to bowl with me, which was really outstanding.
Was he ever part of your high stakes matches when you first started those out?
A little bit.
There?
A little bit.
I thought he was. I thought I remembered seeing him on there sometimes.
They're tough right now, everybody that's watching. Lane pattern's very, very demanding, very, very difficult. I will quickly flash that up on the screen for you to take a look at this pattern. There you see it. Symmetrical in shape, 2.4 to 1 ratio. Upper 20s on the overall milliliters of oil. Fire and ice being used at this event.
Symmetrical and the same on both sides of the lane.
Your order's already set.
Correct. A lot of patterns today aren't symmetrical. A lot of the Nick Hoagland patterns, from what I've seen, are asymmetrical. I believe the Hoosier Classic was asymmetrical. Now, I'm just using that off memory. It may have been symmetrical. I don't necessarily have that in front of me to confirm, but that's what I remember, I believe seeing. Cameron Doyle has 3 in a row over on 11 and 12. Just to give you an update on how he's doing.
Did he carry that one? I didn't see.
Nope.
Okay.
Because I said something about it.
Is the flying V symmetrical, or is that asking for too much?
It's symmetrical. I actually have someone sending me a message right now asking about our online store, our merchandise store on Inside Bowling. Yes, it's coming. I've been committed and busy, and shame on me for not having it out yet. But thank you for asking. I was talking with Dennis at length last night about some opportunities in the bowling industry, and I fully do believe that there are a lot of white spaces in bowling, and I'm looking forward to exploring some of them and seeing what kind of concoctions we can't come up with. Because in this industry, when it comes to cash flow and trying to make a decent living in this industry, it's not always easy. You hear about the doom and gloom situations way more than the positive opportunities that are out there. And there are positive opportunities that are out there. For instance, each one of you that are watching this webcast, including the two that are sitting in this booth, including all the people in this field, all wear socks and underwear. Currently right now there is that money that we all pay for those particular items go to companies that don't necessarily support bowling. I have not seen Calvin Klein sponsor a bowling tournament. I have not seen Hanes sponsor a bowling tournament. Maybe they have and I just haven't seen it. I have not seen any of those companies sponsor bowling events. So there is technically an opportunity out there for someone to come out with a sock and underwear company. I'm not saying that I'm doing it. That bowlers and fans of bowling would support that company because they give back to the sport. There is an opportunity right there that presents itself in front of you that affects everybody watching, whether you bowl or not. And in some small way, you can help give back to bowling if you enjoy to watch it, if you bought from a socks and underwear company that gave money back to bowling and presented opportunities for bowlers to be able to participate for more prize money. Why hasn't that happened yet? So those were the types of things that Dennis and I were discussing last night in the room, and I was probably boring him with at midnight.
No, more the silence was more, you know, where can I go with something like that? CJ.
There's CJ Anderson out there bowling well. He's been on a couple of our live streams and has struggled. And it's good to see him bowling well today. I'm pretty impressed with his line to the pocket that he has right now. I know. Very, very impressed.
Tim Barron just doubled.
Well, that's a big deal.
Yes, it is.
I asked him if he wanted another set of eyes, and he said sure, but I'm going to go yell first. And then
Tim.
Yeah, and then I talked to him for a couple of minutes about his ball reaction, and he had a clear-cut decision in his mind. What I said did not influence him whatsoever.
Okay.
But he did hear me out, and he made this ball change, and he's bowling better. So that's good, and he's actually smiling now. So that's a positive.
Cool that you have a relationship with him that you can go down there and say that to him.
Well, I just asked. I said, hey,
Right.
Are you interested in another set of eyes or not?
Right.
And he goes, yeah, I just got to go yell first, and then I'll come back.
Well, he better do something right now because his partner's got the front five.
Well,
so if Shea's starting to figure this out and they've got 3 games to go, and the scores are what they are right now, I mean, we just said he shot 136 that game and only dropped 2 spots in the standings. So
right.
I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what you got right now.
Remember, 1 and 4 do cash in this event, make it to tomorrow. So I do have
2 and
standings
3 cash
after game 5. So Pepe and Farrow keep cruising along. They bowled 430 the last game. Farrow had 230 of it. Pepe bowled 200 even. Gasson and Anderson both bowled under 200, 194 and 196, but they're still in second. Anthony Richmond and Justin Dunn are now in third with 256 from Dunn and 210 from Richmond. They're on the climb here. 66 over that game, 76 over the game before, 73 over the game before. So they're averaging about 237 a man the last 3 games combined. Kyle Sherman and Brad Miller bowled 223 and 247. They move up to 4th on this squad.
They're just plugging along. Look at that. Look at their scores. They're just plugging along.
Yep. Sherman's day started with 180, then 211, 222, 199, 223. Brad Miller, 195, 179, 278, 226, 247. So Miller coming on strong the last 3 games.
I love his game. His game is so good right now.
That's another short guy that when he makes a bad shot doesn't fall off the shot.
Yep.
By the way. Chris Barnes and Cameron Doyle, we saw in the last game, they bowled 207 and 185. They are just behind Sherman and Miller. And you can see all these standings now on InsideBowling.com on the event information tab. I'm going to go over to the website and just double check that that's been updated. And it has after 3 minutes ago. It's there for you to see. They are all over it. I got to take an opportunity to just rave about Tamara Dunning and her entire crew here and the job they're doing on the back end of updating the scores for you folks at home and for us up here in the booth. It's always nice when they get the standings when they come and drop them off by the booth for you. So
absolutely.
Thank
We're gonna see Brad Miller and Kyle Sherman in the next game. They're coming to our feature pair 17-18 for Game 7. And Barrett update, Timmy crumbled a 4-pin on a very light hit for a strike on the last shot, so he's got a turkey going for a hambo. But first, let's watch Shea Bittenbender try to continue his string.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Shea for just a moment. Many people may not know who Shea Bittenbender is. If you watch our live streams, he's on the stream a lot at our events. Most notably recently at the Holiday Doubles, he and Pete Weber missed by just a couple of pins. Pete bowled a really bad last game, and Shea bowled a big game, and they just missed. Otherwise, we'd have seen a lot of Shea Bittenbender bowling with Pete Weber at the Holiday Doubles last year in match play, and they would have probably made a run at the tournament too, just because of how good they are. And there's Shea with another strike. But he is one of the guys, in my opinion, and I've said this before, that I believe that if he was able to try an entire year at the highest level of our sport, that he could potentially, with his trick ball roll that he has and his touch, I think he could have success at the highest pinnacle of our sport on the PBA Tour. I really believe that he could. There's something about that ball roll to where a few other guys miss it. Barrett tried the tour, and it didn't work.
Right.
It didn't work. I mean, he tried it for 2+ years, bowling all the PTQs back in the day, all that stuff. He gave it a run. He left it all out on the table, and now he knows in his mind where he sits. He's a very, very talented amateur bowler, but the tour did not work for him. Doesn't take anything away from his talent or his game, but that's just the way it is.
Right.
Bittenbender's never tried.
Timmy was out with Jeremy Hunt when he was out there, I believe.
I think
for
so.
A while,
yeah.
Right?
Seminelli was out at the same time.
Yeah.
Seminelli was making it with urethane. Remember, that was the first guy in the new wave of urethane that was doing that. Remember that?
Yes.
All of a sudden, he was just like, oh, this guy's throwing urethane? That's weird. Now it's not so weird. But yeah, Bittenbender's the guy. He's kind of that guy that has never tried it. He's got a full-time job, and he just, as a matter of fact, let's grab Tom Hess real quick. Tom, grab that headset. We're going to put Tom Hess on the spot. We're going to ask Tom Hess's opinion on this, Dennis.
You're asking for my opinion?
Yep.
Sure you want my opinion?
Yeah, I do. Tom Hess joins us in the booth now. And I was just talking about Shea Bittenbender.
Great player.
Okay, and I was talking about him, and I said that he is the one guy, in my opinion, there's multiples, but he's just the guy that I see on live streams a lot, that I believe that if he committed himself for an entire year at the highest level of our game, bowling on the professional tour, that there is a chance with his ball roll that he could have success on that tour. Would you agree or disagree? You're not wrong either way. I just want your opinion.
I would agree that Shea could have success. Don't know if it'd come the first year. I mean, but he would definitely have success. And I'll tell you a little bit about his mental state. The doubles tournament that I bowled earlier this year up in Iowa, he was bowling with Pete Weber. And you know who was throwing the shots to clinch the match? Shea.
Yep.
Shea finished the match. Had to throw all three of them to win by 2. So I think he only had to have 2 double and 9.
Yeah.
And nutted all 3 of them.
Bowling with Pete Weber.
Bowling with Pete Weber, and that team put him to finish last.
Yeah.
So tells you a little bit about what his mental aspect is. Other than that, I mean, great player. Probably would have success the first year, but if he stayed out for a couple, I firmly believe that he would probably be at least a top 20 player.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that he's destined to win or he's a shoo-in for a title, but just the way his ball reads and what he can do. I take guys like his caliber, Kyle Sherman, Brad Miller. I'll even take Barrett, who's bowling with them today. Their ball rolls, and Sherman's still to be determined, but the other guys I mentioned, Miller and Barrett, they're a little more up the back of it. Their ball doesn't tumble quite the same way as Bittenbender's does, and maybe even a Sherman who gets around it a little bit more. That trickier ball roll or that unique ball roll that Shea has is something special and unique that I believe is a difference maker compared to a Brad Miller who hasn't busted through yet out there. He's made some top 16, some match plays, but he hasn't made a show. I mean, you could count an extra frame event if you want to, because I know he's made that. But I think a guy like Shea has kind of got a little Simonson in him.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit of that
Yep.
factor, that like Simonson, and that's what I mean by that.
Oh, yeah, and I can agree with that 100%.
So you're watching this guy bowl here in front of us. He went to Lindenwood University. He's got a national championship at Lindenwood University. We were talking about guys earlier that were overshadowed in collegiate programs, like a Kenny Ryan is today at Robert Morris because of the crew that was there before with Marshall Kent and Jacob Kent and Matt Gasson and all these other guys, Kyle King.
Yeah.
Brian Valenta was anchoring Lindenwood University at the time. Shea Bittenbender was bowling fourth. He was setting up Valenta.
Wow.
And nobody really paid attention to who Shea Bittenbender is. But if you go and you rewatch that on YouTube or go out in the archive and look for the Lindenwood Championship, Shea Bittenbender bowled great on that show.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and that was when he was, he's still young, but this is when he was, I believe he was a junior, maybe a senior in college that year.
Well, when you're my age, they're all young.
Yes. So anyway,
Mike thinks I'm older than him.
Not going there, Dennis. I respect my elders.
So Tom Hess joins us in the booth. Dennis Hacker here as well. Mike Flanagan with you at the 2017 Boom Doubles, Game 6 of 8. We'll have B Squad coming up 2:30. And it looks like, Tom, you're bowling today. Could you tell us a little bit about what you're seeing this morning and who you're bowling with today and just why you came and bowled this event?
My partner is Steve Novak, fellow EBI staffer. Reason I came down is the 10,000 on top. Steve needed a partner. I didn't have anything going on, so I decided to come down. As far as what I'm seeing, they look a little tricky today. Looks like scores from pair to pair are kind of all over the place.
Bittenbender's still perfect over there?
He is.
Yeah, front 8. Tim has an early open, followed up with a turkey, so they're looking at a good 100, possibility for 130, 140 over.
They need it right now too. They dropped and dropped and dropped. They are down to 15th on the squad, and early they were like 3rd or 4th.
Oh wow!
So but Timmy shot a 136 game in there and just had a 160 over here.
Yeah, they bowled like about a 350 team game.
Yeah.
That's not good, and that's kind of what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
Earlier I was watching Chris. I don't know how much of it was operator error, but I was watching Barnes, and he's got a 4-bagger going into the 9th, splits in the 9th, and then misses the head pin right in the 10th.
You saw that reaction just now. That's what I've been seeing out of him for most of the day.
Tim Barrett with the 2-4-10.
2-4-10. He's just not getting the ball to face up, and then when he tries to go right into the where the heads are gone with anything shiny or whatever, and it stores energy. It goes right through the nose when it gets down to the back of the pattern. So
you have to be perfect.
Yeah, I'm not a big lane guy as far as looking at the graphs and understanding it all. And I just go bowl, and sometimes I wish I knew a little bit more. But some of the guys are saying that they've got the oils backwards to the way they should have been.
The fire in the ice.
Yeah. So theoretically, with the way they're down there, that the heads might start hooking and the back ends might get tight.
Right.
So I'm looking at trying to figure out a way to stay with stronger equipment to fight the heavier oil down lane, and I have a kind of a unique role that, my ball doesn't read the fronts like everybody else's. I can normally get it through the front pretty good, which should be okay. And then trying to keep the stronger ball in my hand, to get it through the pins on the back.
Tom, I want to show you a picture of a pattern here on my phone, and
Uh-huh.
I want you to just glance at it and tell me what you think of it.
That's number 9.
Okay. There's some blues in there, some whites. See, this is what I'm saying, guys. This is where I wish I was a smarter bowler.
That is not this pattern for this tournament, though.
I know. Something tells me I might be bowling on this next weekend. 43 feet.
Not according to.
I'm releasing that Monday.
Not according to.
So be quiet.
Unofficially. Well, yeah.
Brett-
I have not announced the pattern yet.
Brett Shepard thinks
and-
it's 55.
And it
feet,
still
by the
could
way.
be changed. I mean, that is not official, but that is what that's the initial concept.
If you were, from the patterns that I've looked at, in my years of bowling, if you were to give me one word to describe this pattern, I'm going to go with unique.
Yeah. It's a talking point, right?
Yeah.
It's a good promotional piece going into the week of the event by announcing it on Monday.
Can you forward me this?
Monday.
It's called.
Well, it'll be Monday by the time I get home.
It's
So
called
if
the
you
Flying V.
yeah, I heard you guys talking about
It is very interesting.
eighth arrow. I heard you were mentioning it this morning.
Yeah.
And then the flying V.
Yeah, the flying V is what it would be called because it still plays out.
Okay.
And I don't want people thinking eighth arrow means off the left gutter.
Yeah.
You're meaning the other eighth arrow.
Yeah.
That
Right.
there's an 8th arrow on the lane. Basically.
So I should talk Dale Traber into coming.
Well, I was talking to Brad Angelo today. He called me asking about the event. He's never bowled the IB Open, okay? But
Yeah, Brad, if you're listening, come bowl.
but Brad was asking me a little bit about, just who does well, because he's kind of a shot maker,
Yeah.
And I said,
Kind of a shot maker.
well, he is a shot maker, yeah. So I said, okay, well, here's what I'm going to tell you, Brad. Here's the people who've won the tournament in the past. Rob Gottschall, Bill O'Neill, Matt McNeil, Kyle Troop, two-hander, but keeps his angles tight and in front of him.
Danny Spink.
Danny Spink, Jake Peters.
Yeah.
What are all those bowlers?
Well, all but one of them are right-handed.
1 year was a lefty, and we had a two-hander win, but it was an up-the-back two-hander.
Yep. Not a curve the lane.
That
was
Not,
number
10.
not a whole lot of big curve the
Number
lane
10.
guys there.
10 in a row for Bittenbender. We were talking him up earlier. I'm going to let you guys call this. Well, if he gets this one, I'm going to get it with the better camera. Yeah. But, yeah, so it's a shot maker's tournament. It really is.
It is. I've bowled all but, I think I missed one of the IB Opens. And, yeah, you got to make shots.
And, Tom, you were on board from day one. You bowled the first year when we barely even knew each other.
Yep.
And I consulted you on input on how to build the event and what to do. And that event changed quite a bit in the first 2 years. I went from that bracket style to the traditional style with match play.
Yeah, it has, your event with your hard work and dedication and your staff, Jerry helping you out quite a bit. That event has grown. Going to be honest, I'm not a St. Louis guy, but it's going to be kind of different not going to St. Louis to bowl that event.
It really is.
I've had one top 5 finish in that event. The very first year, I actually lost to Jake.
Yep.
And then Jake ended up beating George Gohagan
Yep.
to win.
Yep.
So
and then George made the finals again, came full circle last year, was the top seed, and lost to Gottschall.
Okay.
So George's the only person to finish second in that twice.
Shay didn't like that shot from the start.
It was last year or 2 years ago. Unfortunately, I came and I bowled, but I almost had to withdraw because I did something to my back. And
the approaches at Tropicana were a bit tricky too. That affected some people as well.
And then I had just slept wrong and did something to my sciatic, and I fought through it and I bowled the one squad because I was there and I wanted to support the event, but decided not to re-enter. Although I'm sad to see it leave St. Louis, I'm kind of excited to see it go to a different location, see how much it grows. obviously in an 80-lane center, you have much more opportunity for bowlers. So let's hope that everybody supports it.
You said you're not a St. Louis guy, but you like St. Louis sports teams, don't you, Tom?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I love where they're at in the standings right now.
Well, let's think about this for just a second. Let's analyze the NHL. The Chicago Blackhawks
NHL
were swept.
I'm not a hockey fan, so,
And then,
so go ahead.
And the Blues are up 3-1, so there's one St. Louis sporting event. Now let's go to ESPN app on my phone, and let's go look at Major League Baseball, and let's see how great the world champion Cubs are doing as far as their record.
Well, they're leading the NL Central.
Yeah, they're 9-7.
Yes, they are.
They are leading. They are 9-7. They are half a
Cincinnati was
game.
ahead of them
They were
yesterday.
half a
They beat them
game
last
ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, Rizzo
So-
hit a 3-run homer
I
in
knew
the in the top
So
of
the
ninth.
Cubs through 16 games are 2 games over 500, which puts them quite a bit behind last year's pace.
Just well, I mean, you can't win. Would they go like 20-4 to start the year last year?
And let's just say that not having Aroldis Chapman's not as much of a lock in the ninth inning anymore.
Oh yeah, they are. Wade Davis has been awesome.
So let me get your
He's not as good as Aroldis.
Let me get your input on this.
my
okay?
opinion.
So I have Aroldis and I have Wade Davis as closers on a single fantasy baseball team.
Okay.
Okay,
We talked about this
I can
last night. We
only
talked
play
baseball
one.
for an hour.
in a day. This league only gives you one relief pitcher spot on your fantasy team in a day,
Okay.
and you have Aroldis and Wade Davis to choose from.
Okay.
What would you do?
Right now, I'd take Wade Davis. I'm a Cub fan.
Well, I understand that.
Well, I mean, obviously,
I'm not, and I still
I'm
have him on my team.
I'm that's just something what you think of him.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, you got to be more. You got to look at the matchups. You got to look at, if you only get one reliever, you got to look at what's the likelihood in your situation that there's going to be a save opportunity for them to use.
That's what I told him last night. I was looking at, actually, when they play better teams, I would probably put that closer in just because the games will probably be closer on a
Right.
day like that, and you'd have a better chance of getting a save.
You got to pay attention to who's pitched 2 days in a row.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Things
Yep.
like that. Yeah.
Gasson and Anderson with a decent game, by the way. I just saw Cameron Doyle bowl 212. Chris Barnes still has 236 left, just to give you a little scoring update from around here.
Oh, is there a bowling tournament going on? I thought we were talking baseball.
Hey, you guys keep on with
still
your
do
thing.
that.
I'm just going to chime in
still
on a
do
couple
that.
things here and there. I love the baseball talk. We said we'd get into baseball talk.
Yes, we did. So Timmy's got a 2 on the front of his game this time, so that's a good thing.
That is.
No, he doesn't.
No?
195.
I don't have my binoculars in here.
With
You brought him at this event.
I think so.
286 for Shea, 195 for Timmy.
195? Okay.
Yep, plus 81 that game.
That's much better than the last 2. Now they were, if we look at 8th place, and it's kind of close here anyways, the 9th place is probably 71 over, and they were 58 under. So 130 pins, that's 80 pins of that possibly, depending on what's going on.
Pepe and Farrow down there on 5 and 6, and I cannot read the scores from here. Oh, maybe I can. 257.
Yeah, the coloring of these monitors, it's a little hard to read.
It
from back
is.
here.
It is. And then on for the folks at home as well.
There's not much of a contrast.
No. And every time I think a bowler's up, that's the one that's not up because it's highlighted. The highlighted bowler's not up.
Guys, we're ignoring you in the chat right now, and sorry about that. But Jimmy Randall wants to know if C.J. Anderson is the football player, and it is actually the football player.
Yeah, he's a world champion.
Too bad he plays
Yes.
for the Broncos.
Oh man,
Yes.
that's nice.
Well, what do you expect coming from a Chief fan?
Go tell him.
I told him last night I'm a Chiefs fan.
Go tell it on the mountain.
No, I meant not. I didn't mean the Chiefs fan part. I just meant go tell him. Too bad you play for the Broncos.
Well, I mean that's pretty much what I told him when I
Yeah,
told him I was a
basically.
Chief fan.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, CJ's a good guy. Always has fun.
We were talking about
what
how
he's trying
decent
to do for the sport.
how decent the roll is for a guy who delivers off the wrong foot too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got a pretty decent roll on the ball.
You know, that, just bringing into example, that's one thing that I've said. I've said this many times on your broadcast. Is that's one of the things that's great about this sport. In bowling, it doesn't necessarily matter how you do it. If you can repeat what you can do, you can have success.
Yep.
You know, you don't. It's not like football. You know, where you need to be 6'4", 300, and run a 4.4 40. You know, that's one of the great things about this sport.
Well, my home just went up $3,344 according to Zillow today. Just got that email. Thought I'd share that with you. My market temperature is hot right now in my neighborhood, according to Zillow.
So you just made $3,000 today.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah.
It's like finishing runner-up. Good job. Nice bowling.
Well, you gotta subtract out 5% for real estate agent fees in that. So
Are you and Kim looking to sell?
capital gains tax. That's a loaded question.
Well, what time you were talking about going back to St. Louis, I didn't know.
We will. We want to, but the inventory of homes right now in St. Louis is not so great. And there's been some when you move to Utah and there's not any crime and you feel very, very safe and secure and you go back home, there's only certain areas you want to live now in St. Louis.
Well, not to mention the view out your back door.
Correct. So the areas that we feel comfortable living in because of the security and safety that we feel in Utah are a little bit pricier neighborhoods. And we live in a 3,600 square foot house on the side of a mountain right now. And, you know, there's certain amenities that we would like to have because once we go into wherever it's going to be, I don't plan on potentially moving until I downsize as a senior. Okay, I want this to be the place.
Yep.
And I'm being very selective with it. And in the meantime, the neighborhood that we live in just keeps appreciating in value. They're building like a super Target in that area. It's kind of it was like a suburb. It's in North Ogden, so the home has gone up a lot in value. And we just kind of keep kicking it there. And the other thing that's nice is I'm committed to so many different things that when we go there, there's really no distractions. There's nobody calling me, asking me to sub in league. Nobody saying, hey, you want to go catch a Cardinal game? And, of course, I would. There's just no distractions, and I'm able to get a lot of work done. So currently right now it's working for us, but the intent is to get back to St. Louis, and we will get there eventually. Just when, I don't know.
Yeah, that's awesome. You know, I mean, much travel as you've been doing. You're still got a major airport right there in Salt Lake City, so it's easy for you to get around.
Yeah, I'm not used to it, though. I'm used to living within 15 minutes of the airport in St. Louis, and I'm 45 minutes away in Salt Lake City, and that's not easy. And then you got to park a vehicle, and I don't have somebody to just take me.
Yeah.
Usually, I mean, Kim will now, but, you know, pick the, what was it, the 4,
6, 7
on 13.
Sean Lavery, my teammate a few weeks ago down in Wichita.
Pins are bouncing out. Yeah, that was cool. You bowled the Swiss tournament with 4 other guys, and you guys took it home, was it? Was it a 5-guy team?
Yep, 5-man Swiss. Yeah, baby. You know, Mike, that did a lot for me. Getting in there and bowling. I bowled with Austin Bolds, Nate. Oh, his last name is escaping me right now. Mark Henninger and Sean Lavery, and Mark was the second oldest on the team at 31. You know, so being the old man, getting in there and mixing it up with, you know, being on our team, and then some of the teams that we bowled against. You know, Cameron Doyle was there, AJ Chapman, Chris Prather, Nick Pate, who was just cleaned up down in Baton Rouge this weekend. Congratulations to him on first team All-American in 2 divisions, I think, and Bowler of the Year. And pardon me, I don't know the alphabets of what they are. But,
Right.
You know,
We spent a lot of time talking about college bowling earlier today.
you know,
Also here in front of us now, catching up here in the chat a little bit, we've got Dino Castillo bowling with Chris Johnson, Mr. Stephanie Johnson, or Mr. Nation, we may want to call him. And then you've got Chris Barnes and Cameron Doyle back on the webcast here. And we just squeezed Dennis. That's called the squeeze. And
Hey, he left us.
You got Kyle Sherman and Brad Miller now on our cameras here.
They just went about 20 over on the last game, and Kyle said he only left about 18 10 pins in a single game over there just a few minutes ago. So.
Okay. And also in the chat, I want to catch up on this. If Angelimar Beasley and Mitch Beasley were bowling together, they would be in a much better spot than where they currently are bowling with their respective partners. And is this the most current that we have here?
Should be.
Let's talk a little bit about that. Looks like
Oh, jeez.
Angelimar is bowled 184, 168, 154, 219, 247. She bowled 972. Aaron Hayes is bowled 1062. So I don't know what that was about. Maybe they were referring the opposite. Aaron Hayes 1062. And let me see what it's been for Mitch. Is he higher up here? Let's see. We've got like 4 sheets for this many bowlers
When
here.
I looked earlier, it looked like Taco was struggling a little bit.
Okay. I don't know why I can't find this. Oh, yeah. Mitch bowled. Oh, he bowled 1022. Yeah, so Mitch bowled 1022. Taco only had 827. So I guess that's what they were referring to if they would have bowled together. But Aaron Hayes is bowling phenomenal, 1062.
Yeah, Aaron's a good player out of Louisville area, I believe.
Yeah, he and what's
the
Holiday Doubles they won. Hayes and Butler, Jeff Butler.
Yep.
I'd tell you, it's hard to believe. I was reflecting in the Denver airport on a little webcast I did the other day. It's hard. 7 years we've been streaming tournaments. That's a long period of time. It's short in the grand scheme of things, but there's been a lot of things that have happened on this channel. You know, Hayes and Butler winning the Holiday Doubles. You and McNeil losing a bet and having to dance.
Yeah.
You know, there's just been a lot of things. You know, having Dennis here this weekend. I mean,
Yep.
Dennis was with us at the very beginning on some webcasts. There was a lot of time in the booth where Jeff Carter and Dennis Hacker were fixtures on this channel. I remember going up and doing Jeff Carter's team event, the Mary Tubner.
Yeah.
It's just been I got to bowl nationals with Doug Lakey, and he was part of this very early on, and we were reflecting on a lot of the things, and it's interesting to reminisce about that.
Your action match at this year's Fusion Realtors.
Yeah.
Brian's practicing. He's ready. he wants a piece.
That was funny. I kind of feel like I hustled him a little bit.
That was awesome.
And I missed those 2 spares, throwing 2-fingered backup. Otherwise, I'd have bowled the highest game on the pair in the last 4 games. I shot 190, didn't I?
Oh, trip 4 from Barnes. Smoke and mirrors, Chris. Smoke and mirrors.
Cameron's
Chris is
getting the ball. Cameron's getting the ball to recover from places that I haven't seen other people be able to do it.
Yeah, and he made a ball change. He went from an Impulse Solid to, I believe, a Tyrant Pearl.
That's what I said, Chris. That's what I told them. Smoke and mirrors. We won't talk about all the busted mirrors.
Maybe he'll tear a jersey this weekend again. Remember when Barnes tore that jersey and they made it into a really big deal?
Yeah.
It's $5.
His dad's got it.
Just send it to me on Bitcoin.
His dad's got it. His dad'll cover it. His dad'll cover it.
I'll tell you what, Angelimar, I was just watching her bowl for a second. Angelimar's had a pretty nice last 12 to 16 months bowling.
Yeah.
I mean, she bowled on television, at the World Series of Bowling last year and won. That was really a cool moment.
Yes, it was.
And then her and Mitch, I mean, for their relationship to survive through all of this with them having to bowl against each other at the at that regional for the title.
Yeah, how bad is Mitch to go? I mean,
yeah.
You can be right or you can be happy. Wouldn't you let her win?
Yeah.
I mean.
And then there was a chance at this year's World Series of Bowling, they made the finals in the same pattern championship, animal pattern championship, where if they would have won their first 2 matches, they would have met in the next match.
In the round of 8 then.
To make TV.
Oh.
Yep. In the chat, Mike, Phil Parker's talking about he believes that there is dead wood on lane 18. Phil, this is not the PGA or the LPGA, so we do not take comments from people who are watching our broadcast to point out rules violations in this tournament.
That's right. Thank you, Dennis.
You're welcome.
The pace seems to be good, though. Is everybody giving 1 or 2 lane courtesy out here?
What a comment. What a conversation that was. I just can't believe how judgmental some people are. My God.
Mike, for you to know, Dennis and I are we're in one of these discussions on one of the Facebook groups about people talking about how the prima donnas both slow at nationals.
Okay.
And that was kind of a little inside joke
And they're
with Dennis and I.
and they're actually, they're actually complaining because they get to the Open and they spend an extra 30 minutes, let's say, on a day in the bowling center.
Just horrible, isn't it?
I guess I understand where people are using the tournament as a vacation and they might have a dinner reservation or whatever. I guess I understand that. But for me, on that day that you're bowling, why isn't that the most important thing that you do? If you want to do your vacation thing or whatever, or go out to eat or make plans, do it on the days whenever you're not scheduled to be on the lanes, and you can be free and enjoy those days too.
Yeah,
Look at Barnes with that ball reaction that looks like an 80-year-old man.
It's not the ball reaction, it's the gray hair, I think.
Nice shot, Chris.
I'm not going there. I still got to bowl against this guy for a couple more years. And then ironically, when we both hit 50 at the same time. So
Oh, you guys do, huh?
I think he's a couple months younger than I am. So hopefully I get a couple events out there before he gets out there. But yeah, when you get down to it, that for most people, I'm going to say for 95% of the people that bowl that tournament, that's probably their biggest event of the year. And for them to want to get up there and rush through it, well, I'm saying no offense to the USBC Open, but it's not my biggest event of the year. It's one of, but it's not the biggest, because of some of the other things.
Are you telling everybody that you hate the USBC Open Championships live right now on this broadcast, Tom?
Absolutely not. I'm saying
you're just told everybody that you.
I said it's not my biggest.
But you're not
a rights holder, are you?
Tom, there are people with your stature and bowling the same events that you bowled that would tell you that it is still their biggest event of the year because they want that eagle over anything else they've got ahead of them right now.
Right. Don't get me wrong. I'd still love to win. I technically have an eagle because I won the Masters.
Right.
Yeah.
But I would love to win an eagle in one of those events.
Which event would you like to win it the most in?
Which event would I like to win it the most in? Winning doubles would be pretty cool. Just because of that I bowl with a friend who I've bowled with, the last 3 years. The 3 years we've bowled together, our low finish is 42nd. We had a chance in Reno 3 years ago. We ended up finishing third.
Who do you bowl with?
I bowl with Angie Chirpich.
Oh, okay. That's right.
And we had a shot in Reno to actually win. And so close, and that's one I'd like to win. You know what I mean? I'm not picky. I'd love to win a team event. Winning the team event in Wichita a couple weeks ago, Mike.
Oh, your post was really cool, yeah.
I've seen you several times over that, and you've seen where I've been. I was in a bad place mentally and just not enjoying it, and that's one of the reasons I went to Wichita, was to bowl with all them young kids and hopefully maybe that brings back.
He's talking about a tournament that happened, not bowl Collegiate for Wichita, by the way, everybody.
Right. Unfortunately, I can't. I wish I could, but because of my professional status, I can't. But, that really brought back some of the fire, and I had fun. Of course, when you win, that makes it fun. But even before winning, the last game on Saturday night, I was telling some people, of the top 4 teams, I was the oldest guy in that group of 20 people by 16 years. And to go out there and beat them all by 40 was fun. Brought back a little fire and just changed everything. And it's amazing what a team event like that can do for a guy's mental place.
Oh, your order's ready.
Chris Barnes just made a really nice shot. Much, much better. Looks perfect.
Looked like a 40-year-old. That looked like a
He
40-year-old
has no
there.
idea what happened there. Hey, we do have standings updated online now, as well as in my hand after 6 games. Pepe and Farrow still lead. Pepe bowled 257, Farrow 199 in game number 6. Gasson and Anderson bowled 13 over in the second game, or in the 6th game to finish, or still be in second. Richmond and Dunn, followed by Barnes and Doyle, Sherman and Miller, Justice Henninger. You can see all of the scores online. We talked a little bit about how, like, you know, the PWBA tour was gone for a while, and there were a lot of missed opportunities for potential greatest female bowlers of all time and things like that because it was missing. I believe there is something missing today in bowling still that a lot of people don't necessarily think about, and I want to talk about it for a second. Get your opinion, Dennis and Tom, who join me here now. I personally believe you just talked about you bowled a team event, and it kind of got your fire back, got you motivated. And when you go out and you bowl with a group of guys and you have success, loosens up the arm swing. You've got a whole group there. I asked you the question about the Eagle, which one would you like to win? You didn't mention singles. You said doubles and then team. And there's something about team bowling that just does good for the HR department in your body. Yes. Bowling with a team. And the World Team Challenges, I believe, were a springboard for collegiate players, because you saw a lot of collegiate teams would enter those World Team Challenges back in the day.
That dude right there,
Mr. Barnes,
feasted on the World Team Challenges.
Chad Murphy bowled, Pat Healy bowled. I'm just going back to, and that's something that's still missing today in our sport.
Yeah. What made the team event that I bowled in Wichita even more special was the fact that it was a Swiss event, which total pins didn't necessarily matter. You know what I mean? Every game you were bowling the guy across from you. You know, so it was a 5-man Swiss. You got 1 point for each guy winning the game and 3 points for your team winning the game. So there was 8 points possible, and so it really. And then the other thing that makes that format unique is every game is a position round.
Right.
So you know the top teams are always bowling the top teams. And that, I would love to see many more events like that. You know, if they could go back to the World Team Challenge and use that format, that would be awesome.
We're going to take you back down and take a sneak peek here at 5 and 6, 7 and 8. I know we've been watching Doyle and Barnes and Castillo and some of the names down here that haven't necessarily been on the live stream here. Dino's helped organize and get this event together with DJ Archer. And helped Tamara get a bunch of bowlers here the first year, now this being the second year. So we wanted to make sure we get some camera time, but also wanted to show you some of the bowlers that we have down here on lanes 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 for you, as well as we do have 8 lanes, 4 pairs for you here. A little different setup, covering a few more lanes today. But yeah, team bowling, I know that there are people that want to get that going again. I believe that one of the biggest reasons why it's not is entries. It's difficult to get together a group of 5 people to be able to all take off from work on a weekend or be able to bowl consistently in those events, and you know, it makes it tough.
Yeah. You know, the PBA's got their league now, and those shows are just getting ready to start airing here on Sundays on ESPN. Just filmed that. You know, that was a huge draw out in Portland, Maine. I've only bowled out in Maine once, and let me tell you, the crowds are insane, and it's awesome. If we could get crowds like that everywhere we went, man, I think it would really help with getting sponsors, the enthusiasm they show.
I'm enjoying watching the shape on these bowling balls right now going down there. That's old school fallback, basically.
And that's what a demanding pattern will do, like this one.
It's just not getting blown open.
No, guys are playing deep, but they're not hooking the whole lane.
Right.
They're pretending the 10th or 11th board is the gutter.
Yes. I mean, here you got Chris Johnson over here on 15, standing on 14. But,
Right.
15, that ball didn't get right of the 3-pin.
Chris Johnson, by the way, a lot of people forget about this stat, but he was a PBA Rookie of the Year.
Sounded like a ball return did something wrong down there.
Joe, your order's ready at the snack bar.
Tom, have you ever heard of a ball return doing something wrong in
Nope.
your career?
Never. Never. Come on now, be nice. Normally I take it out on myself. It's funny because just the other day on Facebook somebody was talking about, how people, there was a post about somebody punching a ball return, and one of the comments was, did that ball return throw the ball? Maybe you should smack yourself upside the head if you throw a bad shot. And I didn't know the guy that made that comment, but I put a smiley face under it, and his reply was, well, I don't know what that means, and I just kind of let it go.
You know what would be absolutely hysterical?
Lots of things, but what do you think would be absolutely hysterical?
Tom, I would like for you
Oh, boy.
to have a ball return made that's all decked out with all your sponsors and your signature and everything on it. And not only do you bring in your bowling equipment, you bring in your own ball return. And as you go from pair to pair, as a act of good faith to the bowling center, you pull their ball return off and set it in the set tee area, and you put your ball return there. That way, if you or anyone else in the center, you could charge $5 to kick your ball return, and it's okay because it's yours. It's your property. You're not just destructing anyone else's property. It's your own. I think that would be a good idea.
I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't like where you're going there because, yes, I still get fiery, but I don't take it out on the bowling center equipment. I take it out on myself. Come on, that's not even right.
I'm trying to prolong your life cycle.
That's not even right. I always have said, though, that if I did ever own a bowling center, there would probably be a ball return in the arcade where you could put a quarter in and give it a good swift kick.
I thought you were going to say that you would have one of those punching bags, suction cup to the top of every ball return so people could punch that instead.
Yeah.
Even if it was his and he was only hitting his,
Yeah.
I guarantee someone on social media would have an opinion about that.
But how awesome would that be?
Yeah. Kyle
People-
Sherman on the front, on not the front five, on 5 in a row here after
Yeah.
opening in the first frame.
On the same pair where Shea just had 280, that must be a good pair.
Oh,
And did Dennis, do you have a cheeseburger?
Nope.
No?
No, not us.
No? Mike, did you buy me a cheeseburger?
I thought it was the caviar and the filet mignon are the only two things that you eat.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Half of that's right.
The filet mignon.
The filet mignon. I am a Midwest guy. I do like cow. I eat lots of cow. I eat cow in many variations. It was a ribeye last night.
Where'd you go?
Outback.
That's where we went too. We just had a lot of work to do before we could get there.
Don't even go there. I offered 2 or 3 times.
You did, but we were training.
Oh, and I already know it all, so I didn't need to stick around for the training. Is that what you're saying? I like it.
You actually do.
We were training.
You actually produced a show.
I did.
In Iowa.
I did. I clicked.
Yeah.
I clicked and pointed a couple times.
He did.
Yeah, you believe that? He let me be the lead in the booth while he was out taking money from a guy.
Yeah. I did too.
All went to charity, though.
Yep. It was a good deal.
You should make that an every event deal. Every event you live stream after the last game of the qualifying squads, you should pick some lucky fan
Lucky fan to get street hustled by me
to
with
get
a house
street
ball.
hustled with a house ball.
That's my tip. That's my tip for the weekend. Maybe I'll bowl you sometime, Hess, with house balls.
You want to bowl house balls?
That would be funny.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my. I'd have nothing to lose. You'd have everything to lose.
All right. You guys, you just missed something out here.
Yeah, what happened? There's a 210 conversion for Dino.
Cameron left a 2-pin, and he hooked at it and just barely got there, just barely made it, and he got the eyebrows from his partner. And Cameron comes back with that little smile, that not even an open mouth smile, which is a little smile like, okay, I know I messed up. I can't believe how many people are actually trying to hook at a 4-pin today and the ball doesn't get there.
Yeah.
It's funny watching Barnes and Doyle bowl together because I think Cameron probably actually really does feel like he's bowling with a father figure. I don't know if I could ever bowl with Chris Barnes. I don't care how good I was ever at bowling because I know how frugal he is, and I would hate to contribute to losing any money for that man and having to deal with that. 9 years later, I could be crossing with him in a 9-pin no-tap when he's hobbling to the line with a walker at age 80, and he's going to say, remember that boom doubles? Do you remember that? Yeah, go get me a coffee for $0.25 at the snack bar. And you owe me about 100 more of them. I don't think I could deal with that.
There's lots of stories about how often Chris's wallet doesn't come out when they're out to dinner.
And I will tell you there was one particular instance where I was somewhere and he bought a round of drinks.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was really weird because all of a sudden everybody in the restaurant, we all moved like weirdly, and we realized that the earth stopped moving on its axis for about a second.
Were they free and he just went up and got them?
Absolutely not. It required him pulling out greenbacks.
Wow.
And receiving some change, and he even left a tip for the person that brought the drinks over.
Wow.
It was an incredible thing.
That was a momentous occasion.
Doyle now through the face for a 3-9. See, when we talk about the shot, that happens. When we sporadically just mumble about other things, they strike.
Well, he did something. I don't know if he just made a mistake on that delivery, but he was light for a 2-pin on the other lane and almost missed it. And it was light mixer on the first ball on lane 15. So I don't know if he's just trying to get the ball to face up a little bit better that time, or.
I predicted that DJ Archer would get better later in the block.
Well, that way out on a limb there. Way out on a limb that DJ Archer's going to bowl better late. That's a pretty thin limb you went out on, Mike.
236, 197, 233 after a 35-75 after a 525 start.
Wow.
Yeah, they call me genius.
Wow.
Miguel Cabrera on the DL, Mikey.
Woo.
Oh, even better. All these people hitting the DL.
Yeah.
So, since you just went to baseball, did they ever find out what substance was all over Yadier Molina's?
Oh, my gosh. I have no
Whatever
idea.
it was, it doesn't matter.
Well, no, but wasn't that unbelievable?
Yeah.
I think he was reading Uncle Remus and got hit with the tar baby.
Could be that.
I don't care what it was, for the ball to hit a chest protector and stick like that.
Being a Cardinal fan, I will tell you that there are times with
Kyle wanted it too.
La Russa and Molina. They were whiners and complainers when they were together and begged for every call and every little embarrassing being a Cardinal fan dealing with some of their antics, but it works.
Yeah.
But that one there was a head scratcher. I was like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What is the deal here? Seriously? Oh, now is Cameron. Give him the eyebrows. Give him the eyebrows, Cameron. Give him the eyebrows. Let him know that's not acceptable.
Not even looking at him. Nope. Nope.
He knows better.
Nope.
He's even got to hide his face right now.
He is. He gave you the eyebrows on the 2-pin. You got to give him back. Say, hey, what were you thinking about my 2-pin on that one, or what? It's the only way you're going to get any street credit with him, man. You got to give it back.
Trying to get the young man in trouble.
What in the world were you thinking at that 3-6-10? This is fun. Dennis, I'm glad you covered that while we were rambling, because now we've got some good material.
Yep.
Oh, and Chris Barnes resembles a two-handed bowler with that back-end reaction. Good ball change.
65 over. That'll be a nice game for them.
They're already in fourth, so.
Yeah, they're bowling good. You wouldn't know it, though, by looking at them.
Well, by one of them.
That was fun. That was a fun game to cover, and we still got a little bit of it with Brad Miller. Kyle Sherman. Can you see the scores? Like, what are we looking at here?
I can. Brad has 151 in the 8th with a spare up in the 9th. Kyle has 181 in the 9th with an open.
Okay. It's 2-pin city out here right now. Later in the block, Tom.
Yep.
There's a little thing for your scorecard to keep in your back pocket as you compete here on the 230 squad. What would you do this part of the block if you started 2-pinning? What would be your play?
Well, it depends on how that 2-pin would happen, but I don't think that I'm going to get as far left as these guys are playing right now. I said I'm going to try to use my natural ability as my speed. So for me to get comfortable and be able to throw it hard, I don't think I'm going to be able to be in there where those guys are at.
Right.
Well, we'll play it by ear if it comes down to it where I got to slow down and try to get in there.
Will you incorporate loft into your game at all?
I've got plenty of loft.
It's funny what
Are you talking about my lack of talent?
No.
You were actually talking about
I was actually being
loft.
legit on that one.
I'm not a big loft guy.
Nice 3-6-10 conversion.
Anyway, I make that as a bonus.
You gave Dennis noticed that you gave Cameron the eyebrows on the 2-pin.
when he barely got
giving him the business.
You're going to hook at it like cows. So you better probably make it more than
That's what I told you. I told you.
works a lot better on the front. Free hook over there all the time.
He's still going off about the 2-pin.
Wow.
What did Barnes just say? Tell the viewers at home what he was saying. He was saying if you're going to hook at a 2-pin like couch, did he say?
Yep, like couch.
Did he say you better get a little more of it?
Yeah, you better get a little more of it.
Not like there's a lot of free hook out there?
Yeah. That's so funny.
Cameron's such a puppy too. I mean,
I'm going to change the subject with her. Guys get a bad rap because people only see him on TV. You know what I mean? People that see Chris Barnes on TV and only know Chris Barnes from watching on TV. So stoic. You know what I mean? So business-like when he's on TV. You need to give these guys a break, man. When you're watching them on TV, they're working. They're doing a job. He's working today, but it's not as serious. He's out here having a good time.
Right.
Chuck, so.
but having some success at the same time, though, too.
Well,
I mean, in
well, yeah.
the block, so it's not like.
But, there was a question asked by a person who's doing an article, I think, for high school. I think she's still in high school, about who your least favorite bowler was.
I remember that. Yep.
And just some of the people that were on there for least favorite bowler, either these people read the question wrong or they have no idea.
Right.
And I just want to remind people, that when you come to a bowling event and you see people on the lanes. Hell, Mike, I'm a prime example of it. If I'm not having a good day on the lanes, you don't want to be within 20 feet of me. But
I still talk to you though for some strange reason.
Yeah, because you're the one silly enough to think you can change that.
Right.
But give a guy 25 minutes or so after his block, half an hour, and they'll, it's completely different. This is a lot of the guys. This is their job. You know what I mean? It's not a hobby. Guys aren't here just out here having fun. And I wish more people would come to events like this when they know that the stars are at events like this, because you see them in a completely different light. I mean, even this is so much completely different than even qualifying on tour. Qualifying on tour, some guys have a good time, but
Tom Doherty recently in a video.
Yeah, but when you see them on TV, I mean, TV's the ultimate, get down to business, serious, But I just wish people would take the opportunities. Unfortunately, since the tour doesn't travel as much as we used to. But guys are still bowling. People are still bowling these events.
Sure.
And, so the IB Open, there'll be several tour guys there next week. Here there's, at least a handful, 8 or 10 tour guys.
Right.
Are we going into game 8, guys?
We are.
We're going
just
into
making
game
sure
8.
I got the right thing
game
up
8.
here.
Tom, tackle this for a second here. We got a comment in the chat from Mary Mitchell. She's been in here all day today, and she says, you can see that the back ends are moving, but everybody is playing deep. Why? Straighter is greater. And one thing I would say to that before I ask for your comment on it is, when I see a comment like that from someone who's watching, and we appreciate the viewers for watching me, and Mary's been in here, like I said, since the beginning of the day today. If everybody, like she says, is doing it, then it has to be the right thing for the most part.
For the most part,
For the most part. Because if it weren't, these guys are smart. Somebody would figure something out, and somebody else would follow, and then they'd all be there too if they thought they had a ball reaction there. So why is the majority of the field playing where they're playing right now here?
Because of the length of the pattern. They're using the hold that's a little bit left to help their ball get through the front part of the lane. I don't see anybody really curving the lanes. I mean, there's right in front of us. I don't know. It's 13 and 14. One of the.
No.
Okay.
No,
well,
it's not.
Farrell Williams probably the highest rev rate on this squad, and he's playing fifth arrow, but he's not giving away the 3-pin
With surface too.
Yeah, that was a Tyrant Pearl, with I don't know what surface, but you could tell it's dull.
Right.
It's not shiny. Brad Miller. Brad's got a pretty high rev rate right there. He's playing 20, but he's not giving. These guys aren't giving away the 3-pin. You know what I mean? So the three pins at, I don't even know the boards. The 3-pin's probably at what, the 14 board, Dennis?
Probably, yeah.
So it's not like they're playing 20-5 and hooking the whole lane.
Right. Right. So when Mary says she sees the back ends moving, and she's wondering why they don't play straighter, so if they were to move out and play in the track or play around 10, the problem is if you miss just a board outside, that ball's not coming back.
No, not
the ball's
coming
not
back.
coming back.
And if you
at
miss
all.
left or go 2 up the lane parallel, the ball is through the face or worse.
Yep, and then the other thing, that our sport is so much different than all the other sports is where everybody else is playing them kind of dictates where you almost have to play.
Right.
Because you're following, like Mike's point. If you're trying to play right and everybody's playing left of you and you miss a little left, you're going right into their hook, which is going to amplify your miss even more.
Exactly. And when you have to make adjustments, then you have to jump them. Basically, you can't move in because you're moving into where they've already burnt the lane up in the heads.
Yes, that's something that happens to me quite a bit. I tend to start a little bit further right than most people on the fresh because I can do that with my speed. So where I get into trouble a lot of times, this is just me personally, is my first moves are right into everybody else's hook. So, it's when I first see the transition, I tend to get a little bit more lost because I have to make bigger moves to get around that. And I wish you guys could see Farrow here because he's standing on about 32. 32. Drifts just a little bit left. That ball was over 25. Got out to about 12, maybe. but came in light.
Leaves a 2-8.
So he's looking at going, 22. He's probably targeting 22 out to about 14 maybe.
Then you got a guy like Matt Gasson who's throwing about as slow as he possibly can as we continue to watch lanes 5 through 8. And he's going a little bit further to the right, and he's getting it to recover because his ball speed's soft.
Ball speed, yeah.
Right. That's what Cameron Doyle's doing right now, too. He's getting the ball further right than a lot of other people, and he's still getting the ball to come back.
You can shorten an oil pattern by lowering your ball speed.
Top one. Anthony Rizzo hits 3 red homer in the top of the first. Cubs leads the Reds 3-0. Just thought I'd share that with my fellow Cardinal fans.
It's about time he started doing something.
Yeah. His last 2 at-bats, 3-run home runs. It's not bad.
That's good.
6 RBI and 2 plate appearances.
That's great. How's Jason Hayward working out for you guys?
He's great.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's hitting 300 this year.
Oh,
hitting the ball hard all over the place.
Oh, that's great.
Saving runs in the outfield.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're paying him too much, but I don't care. They won the World Series.
That's true.
He can hit 110 for all I care.
Would you rather have Fowler at his price or Hayward at his price?
Hayward.
Oh, you would?
Don't miss Dexter. By the way, how's he doing in St. Louis?
Well, he hit 2 home runs the other day to win 2-1.
Oh, well, last time I looked, he was hitting about $110.
Yeah, well, he was trying to get used to the St. Louis
you should look more often.
Yeah. So was Hayward. He was trying to get used to Chicago last year.
Yeah, I guess he needed to feel the bench a little bit. Fowler hasn't made it to the bench yet.
Well, that's because they've got nobody else. The Cubs got plenty of guys that can play.
Touche. I think Javier Baez is one of the best players on the Cubs team.
And he can't get on the field every game. Isn't that unbelievable?
It is.
I mean, I'm not Joe Madden. I don't profess to be smarter than Joe Madden, but if I was running that team, Javier Baez is planted at second base.
I think Schwarber's a little overrated myself.
My favorite player. Just when he steps in the batter's box, just looks like the guy that brought the beer to the softball game.
Yeah. I like him, but I think he's a bit overrated. I don't understand him batting leadoff at all.
I do.
Makes no sense to me.
I do. Got a great eye. Sees lots of pitches. He's not your typical leadoff guy. He's not the little speedy guy, but he's going to see pitches. He's going to make the pitcher work.
Who's going to hit more home runs, Zobrist or Schwarber?
Schwarber.
Why isn't Zobrist leading off?
What's that matter? I want to see Schwarber in the leadoff because of the way he handles.
Zobrist should lead off because every other part of life he's always last. He should.
I like it alphabetically. Yes. Yes. I don't know. I mean, when you're telling me that the pitcher has to face every first inning, Schwarber, Bryant, Rizzo. I mean, to me, that, with Schwarber, let's put it this way. With Schwarber in the leadoff position, the pitcher doesn't have that get-me-over fastball for strike 1.
Why doesn't Addison Russell lead off? That's another guy I think is unbelievable. I like Baez and Russell,
but see, you're stuck in the leadoff hitter's got to be the small guy. You know what I mean? Speedy guy. The leadoff hitter doesn't have to be the speedy guy. I mean, Schwarber's probably going to have one of the highest on-base percentages on the team.
Yeah.
How many times with Schwarber leading off is Bryant going to bat with a guy on? It's going to be about 40% of the time. Bryant's going to hit with a guy already on base. The other thing that, since we're talking baseball, I love baseball. And I pay
As
attention,
do we, by the way.
I pay attention to the Cubs quite a bit. With all these shifts they're putting on Schwarber and Rizzo,
yeah,
I want these guys to bunt every time.
Yeah. Well, they've been
time.
kind of sort of starting to show
yes,
that.
They have. Not because I don't think they can beat the shift, but if they start the game off with Schwarber over there and he lays down that bunt and gets on base, boom, pitcher's instantly in trouble.
Yep.
Instantly in trouble. He's already pitching out of the stretch. He's already in the top of the first. He's already throwing high stress pitches.
I have Schwarber on my fantasy team. I don't want to see him bunting. But yes, I agree with you with the strategy.
I'm talking to lead off the game.
Yeah, no,
you know what I mean?
I feel you.
Or whenever they come up and lead off an inning.
Yeah.
Yes, they can all hit it, 400 feet.
Interesting baseball talk here with Tom Hess and Dennis Hacker. I'm Mike Flanagan. We're in the 8th game of this A-Squad qualifying block. We'll have B-Squad for you today at 2:30. And we're going to switch over now. I want to get some Angelimar Beasley up on the screen because she's really bowled well today. And we've also got some Kevin Williams for you. We've got some Aaron Hayes.
Kevin bowling with Jesse Bauer.
If you want to see the standings and see how your favorite bowler's doing, just go over to InsideBowling.com, click on the live streaming link at the top of the page, and then you can look at the event information tab down below with the scores. You can see how your favorite bowler is faring, and I just got a standings update after 7 games. Pepe and Williams still lead in game number 7.
Wire to wire.
Yeah,
right?
222 to 202. Absolutely wire to wire, Dennis. Good catch on that. Anthony Richmond and Justin Dunn are now up to 2nd position, bowling 465 the last game. Gasson and Anderson, who we were just watching down on 7 and 8, are in 3rd. They bowl 243 and 197. How about Matt Gasson bowling so good at Nationals and then coming here to this event and bowling 226, 206, 225, 252, 194, 224, and 243 today? He sits at 1570, the 3rd highest total in the building.
And didn't get in the
another
singles.
one of those guys that
Yeah, Dennis makes a good point. He didn't get in the singles. And what were you going to say, Tom?
Matt's another one of those guys. You were talking about Shea. Matt's another one of those guys that if he put some time in and went out on tour, I think he would have success as well.
And Gottschall probably fits that as well.
Oh.
A little bit older, but
Yeah.
yes.
Robbie can flat play. And I'm not just saying that because he's my boss.
Right.
The guy can play. There's, I mean, my ultimate dream is that the sponsors come around and make all these guys that should be out there be out there. If all the guys that should be on tour were able to bowl on tour because it was, financially a great investment for them, the PBA pro bowling would be in a much better position.
Right. I'm looking to see here. Sherman and Miller grinded out that last game 200-190. They didn't move in the standings. They didn't lose any ground. 19 pins. Actually, they gained ground. They shot 10 under and gained 11 pins in the standings over the people that were behind them. Same people, Justice and Henninger.
I want to thank Dave and Jeanette Gibson, the proprietors here at Professor Bowl West, here in Little Rock, Arkansas.
What's 8th there, Dennis? You're looking at it.
137 over.
137 over.
It's a little higher than I thought it would be.
But then look at the last, it's the last couple of games. 230, 250 on that team that is 137 over. So they got 90.
Aaron McCarthy,
they got
Kyle
90
Barnes.
of their 137 in one game there.
Yep.
And then you got a team right behind them that got 50 that game, and they're 118. So
Joe fit a couple of Texas bowlers there. Ryan's from North Carolina but moved down to Texas. Joe Findling. I was watching them a couple weeks ago when we were in Wichita. Dirk Gibson, how are you, man? Good to see you. When we were in Wichita, some guys decided to pot bowl, and we went in and ate the sports bar there at the bowling center, and we came out. The pot games were still going on, and we walked up and we looked, and Joe Findling was standing on the left lane, standing left of the ball return, and the arrows were on the right lane, and I was yelling, hey, Joe, you're on the wrong lane. No, he wasn't. He was literally throwing the ball over. He was starting on the left lane, throwing the ball over the ball return about 35 feet down the lane in the air with one hand. Unlike Marshall, everybody's seen Marshall at the U.S. Open where Marshall was actually throwing it up in the air. Joe was not throwing it up. He was throwing it only about 2 or 3 feet, but just chucking it. 5-bagger might be one of the most impressive things I've ever seen from where he was standing and where he was throwing it.
We do have an interactive chat, and we do usually keep up with that quite well, but I do want to mention something in here. It says, who's in the booth right now? Mary Mitchell wants to know, is that Scott Downs? And what's funny about that is Mary must have been watching past broadcasts where we actually got the joy of spending 3 or 4 games with Scott Downs at the Bradley Open. And we talked about Major League Baseball in depth because Scott played in the majors. And no, that is Tom Hess offering baseball knowledge. But interesting that you mentioned Scott Downs. Thanks for being a loyal subscriber to our channel and remembering that Scott Downs was on one of our broadcasts. He told the coolest story And Dennis, I'll have to send this to you. I don't know if you saw it or not, Tom, but Scott Downs told the story. I asked him about what was it like to be in your first Major League Baseball game. Do you remember that experience when you took to the mound for the first time? And he told the story. And it was in Cincinnati. He was pitching for the for the Chicago Cubs. Mark Grace was his first baseman. And he was throwing to Joe Girardi. Okay? Craziest thing, right? And he said that he faced Pokey Reese. I think that was his name, the leadoff hitter for the Reds. And Pokey, and he threw the first pitch, and he thought it was perfect. And the ump goes, ball. And he's like, oh, my gosh, welcome to the big leagues. He walked him in 4 straight pitches, and that guy had speed. Then he had to face Barry Larkin and then Ken Griffey Jr. Larkin grounded out into a double play after missing twice and having to have a guy come to the mound and everything, so he got into the double play, and then he struck out Griffey, and Mark Grace ran over when they were walking off the field, put his arm around him and said, welcome to the big leagues. It was the coolest story that he said right here on this channel.
That is awesome.
So cool.
That is awesome.
Mark Grace, Chipper Jones, those are the types of ball players I really enjoyed seeing play their career all in one spot. Another guy that my favorite baseball player of all time that not a lot of people necessarily I think would put as their favorite, but I really enjoyed watching Will Clark.
Oh, first baseman for San Francisco Giants.
Will the Thrill, yeah. And it was a thrill for me when he got traded to the Cardinals, and he helped them at the end of the season there when I believe it was who got hurt that year, and he filled in. It wasn't McGuire because Larry Walker filled in for him, but maybe it was Andres Galarraga or something. I don't remember who it was, but Will Clark came in and stepped in and helped out the Cardinals that year. It was really cool. Cardinals were famous there for a while for signing these guys towards the end of their careers and getting a lot out of them. Larry Walker, Will Clark.
Lance Berkman,
yeah, there you go.
Robert says Schwarber should not lead off because you can't hit a 3-run homer leading off.
Not on the first inning, but you can the next time he comes
apparently
up.
Rizzo can, though.
when Javier Baez is on base, batting 9th.
That means that Schwarber and Bryant were both on base.
Exactly.
You know, much to my point. That yeah, you know, I don't know. I'm a huge Cubs fan, and I'm not disappointed by it. I mean,
did you think you guys were not going to win the World Series?
I absolutely did.
Was that not the craziest game?
I absolutely did. It was unbelievable.
We have seen some amazing sporting events in the last 6 months.
Yes. Yeah, the last second shot by Villanova. You know,
Villanova, the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That comeback.
Yeah. Yeah, the World Series. I mean, just
we've really been blessed with some amazing games.
Yep. If you go back to my my Facebook timeline that day, it wasn't calm and steady. Let's just put it that way.
I'm trying to remember who it was that I was arguing with at the beginning of.
He argues with so many people he can't remember who.
That could be it.
That's
but it was
good.
Honestly, yeah. It was a Cubs fan. It was a Cubs fan, and it was about Bryant, and when they didn't bring him up. So that wasn't last year. That was the year before last, right?
Right.
Okay. So we're having this conversation about why the Cubs would do what they were doing, and I'm sitting here listening to this guy and talking to him on Facebook, and he's tearing apart, your front office, and he's tearing apart Joe Madden, and I'm saying, look, dude, have you bought into this or not? Because if you have bought into this, you can't argue with them about this. They know what they're doing.
Yeah,
they have a plan.
9 days for another year.
There you go.
9 days for another year.
And they're saying, and he's saying, well, what if one game costs us the playoffs or something like that? And I said, that could happen any time during the season. Their decision here is the right decision for your team. If you're going to have an all-star front office and management staff like you have right now, you can't argue with them about this until they show you they can't do it.
Right. The only thing that worries me about that whole situation is not Chris Bryant. It's his agent. Scott Morris.
But then the whole rest of the baseball world has to deal with him too. So
yeah,
I get that.
That he will try to get into Chris's head that look what they did. But then again, the Cubs turned around and showed Chris Bryant they only had to pay him $350,000 or something like this this year, and they made him the highest pre-arbitration salary ever.
They did that in spite of the fact, from what I'm hearing from Ken Rosenthal yesterday, that they made him an offer for an extension before the season. He turned them down, because of his agent. I'm sure.
Yep.
What I'm finding very interesting about this is some in-depth baseball talk by some bowling guys, and now we're referencing Ken Rosenthal. This could be an online podcast show. Weekly MLB talk with bowlers.
Well, I'm a baseball fan, but I'm a Cub fan. I mean, I don't pay attention to everything else. I just kind of pay attention to the Cubs.
Well,
and
Dennis and I can help you out with that.
Yeah.
And there was, the Cubs did try to sign several of their free agents, several of the young guys to extensions. None of it got done, which, from my understanding, isn't surprising because they've still got a couple of years before they're even arbitration ready, that the Cubs are still going to keep trying to get that done.
They're trying to buy out their first 2 free agent years is what they're trying to do, and that's typically that's what they try to do. But I just don't think with the stature that Bryant's got right now and Scott Boras being his agent, I just don't think it's going to happen with him.
I hope that I hope they break the bank for the guy. That's how much I believe in him.
Well,
I'd love to see him play third base.
And not to say that he shouldn't.
Yeah,
not to say that he shouldn't get paid. He's going to get paid, but it's Boras. It's going to be Boris's way that he gets paid, and not anybody else.
Yeah, he'll end up being in Yankee pinstripes or.
I don't know.
That doesn't happen anymore.
I don't know.
Texas, maybe.
Tom Ricketts has got plenty of money.
Yeah. The Yankee stuff, I'd almost take them out of the conversation for big money anymore because Georgia's boys have a whole different philosophy of the way they're running that team right now, and the Yankee fans got so used to them just spending money on anybody that they ever wanted, and I think they're almost doing things that way to prove to the fans that we're under control here now, and we're not going to do that stuff anymore, and so you shouldn't expect it.
Right. And I'm the exact opposite. With the Tribune Company owning the Cubs forever, you know what I mean? They didn't care. You know what I mean? They wanted to sell all the old style they could sell and fill the bleachers. You know what I mean? They didn't care if they won because everybody came anyway. Because why wouldn't you want to go to Wrigley and sit in the bleachers in the sunshine?
It's a smaller park and you can fill it up, and if it's full, it looks like it's a premium ticket, and that's exactly what they were doing up there. So.
But now Ricketts wants to win. You know what I mean? They've got the owners now that care more about the product on the field than they do about filling the bleachers. And I've already been to a game this year, guys.
Wow. Yeah, that's huge. That reaction right there is one of the best.
Kyle Sherman's got an amazing ball reaction. He's setting the ball into the lane almost as if it's a glass coffee table, and he's not going to break it. And it's just that ball's just rolling perfect and coming off the spot.
And that's different than I saw yesterday at the end of the day in the sweeper, because what I was seeing is the guys who were putting the ball down at the foul line, you'd see balls going everywhere. You know what I mean? It used too much of the heads and either scoot too far one time or whatever. It almost took about a foot of either just lift out onto the lane or a little bit of loft to get it to read the mids the right way. Sorry for switching from baseball
to you got
bowling.
Yeah, I mean, what are you doing?
Sorry.
Come on. They're watching bowling. Let's talk baseball.
Yeah, I know.
No, but where I was going is I went and saw them get their rings this year. What an unbelievable ceremony. Not going to lie, I cried a little bit again. But the improvements that they've made around Wrigley and to Wrigley, they're bringing it into the 21st century.
Interesting story about the rings that I read a couple of days ago.
Did you get this from Rosenthal, too?
No, I didn't get it from Rosenthal. Sorry. The Cubs have gone the route of the Oscars and the Heisman Trophy in that they made all the people who got a ring sign a contract that gives them the right to buy the ring back for $1 before they can sell it to anybody else.
Really?
Wow.
Yes. And the reason is because they made the players pay the taxes on the ring that they got, but everybody else got help on taxes as well. They gave them that ring, and then they also paid the taxes for that ring for these people. They want the people to keep these rings and not go out because they can't put food on their table and take something like this and devalue it by selling it someplace else. And so that was a big story that they made them all sign contracts before they gave them a ring, saying they had first buyback option on the rings.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
How about the fact that they gave every employee
1,908 people got rings.
Yep.
Did you hear that?
That's crazy.
1908.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I get it.
Yeah. Yep. And
different levels of ornamentation on the rings. Some people didn't have as many diamonds on theirs as others did, from what I hear too. So they had the same kind of design. Get it? Yes.
I could technically get some footage of this.
Oh, yes. That's true.
But you know what's going to happen now.
Is?
Black cloud.
Oh. There we go.
All right, so if you want to, can you click onto that? And I'll cover this.
I can.
There you go.
Okay.
Bonus coverage. I got the handheld here. Here's Pharoah Williams. And Pharaoh's got a bunch of strikes.
Yes, he does.
Strike open, and
he's looking at 260 here. Looking at 260 here and the only one he missed was the one that Tom called in the second frame whenever he was trying to tell everybody how he was playing this pair of lanes.
And Brad Miller and Kyle Sherman are also on this pair.
They're looking at about 70 over if they go out, both of them.
And I'm just freehanding the camera here.
And that works. Oh.
And what's Brad got left? That was his shot in the 11th, right?
Yeah, he's only be 3 over if he picks the spare. They are 168 over, and they're about 90 pins behind the people in front of them right now, which is Chris Barnes and Cameron Doyle. So they're just trying to solidify a spot in the what we figure is probably going to be at least top 16 based on the number of teams that are signed up right now. Kyle's got 259 off the sheet. So still that's 60 plus. All right.
Sorry about that, guys.
No, it's okay.
I had to step out for a second.
Dennis, if you could bring up like another pair over on the left so that when we come off of this, you can just transition right into another pair. But we'll watch Kyle for now.
So I already get all the lingo and everything. I've got it loaded and ready to go, Mike.
Perfect. So Farrell, what's he finish with?
254. Very nice game for Farrell. Until that shot right there, he hadn't missed except for the one that you saw him miss in the second frame.
Yeah.
So here's Kyle Sherman, and Dennis, you've been raving about his ball reaction.
It's just crazy how soft he is, and watch the action on the end if he throws this good. Watch the action on the end of the ball. And he didn't. I black clouded him, but.
And then, of course, he got that one in a little bit, so it
yeah.
didn't see the friction.
Right.
We'll hang out here with him and see if he makes a good one after he converts the spare.
You know, that goes back to a little bit about what Murray was saying there. He missed in there and didn't get to the hit pin. He didn't miss right to miss right at the pins. Nice shot, Pep.
He's salvaging a game, too. I mean, his partner's gives him 250, and they've been in the lead the whole day, like I said. So.
And he's perfect on that lane. It looked like it was the left lane that Anthony had a little problem with.
Yep.
Splitting twice. the 9 spare was a 3-pin.
Tough spare here for Kyle, honestly.
Oh yeah, on this pattern, absolutely.
Well, that's a lot of pins to throw away in the 10th.
Yep, I
Let me
think
bring
that's
up this
probably our fault.
Yep, probably.
Probably.
And we got
what
an
do you mean probably?
empty pair there. No, we don't.
There's absolutely no doubt that that's your fault. I mean, come on, let's be honest. Well, gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for.
I'd go down here somewhere.
did.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me be in, guys. I got to run
Sure.
back to the hotel.
Sure.
Change, get ready to bowl.
Thanks, Thomas.
Mikey, thank you
Appreciate
again.
it, brother.
And just so you know, I mean, if I'm gonna tout about the first one I got when the Cubs were ahead 3-0 on the Rizzo home run, a Red just homered. The Reds now lead the Cubs 4-3.
Grand Slam.
No, they must have scored earlier that I didn't get. For some reason, sometimes on my MLB app I don't get the updates, but
I don't have the Reds and Cubs set to give me updates on my MLB app.
I got the Cubs set, not the Reds. I'm shocked. Really, a Cardinal fan? I mean, you know, that leads me. I'm actually shocked by that because the thing that Cubs and Cub fans have in common is their favorite team to talk about is the Cubs.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
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 Just having some fun with my buddies.
I will say the commercial that came on after they won the World Series that Vanner Media put together with Harry Carey calling the World Series was one of the best commercials I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah. I mean, I know you guys are Cardinal fans, so you know probably don't enjoy it as much as I did. But when a team goes 108 years without winning, you know what I mean? It's got to kind of resonate.
I will tell
with
you,
everybody.
I'm always been a guy that has been very, very appreciative of a rivalry. And the fact that we have a team in our division to compete against and give crap to, it's almost like having a brother, you know?
Yeah.
And it's nice to have somebody to dance with. And the other thing is that my dad always taught me when I was a kid was once your team is eliminated, you root for the teams in your division to win. And I've always stood true to that. The old Norris division in the hockey was the Toronto Maple Leafs, the Detroit Red Wings, the Chicago Blackhawks, and the Minnesota North Stars competed with the St. Louis Blues. And as soon as my team was eliminated, I rooted on the teams in my division because if they win, it makes it that much more fun the next year to go see the games and watch them try to beat the champs. Much more entertaining if you think of it that way.
Yes, sir.
Tommy, thanks, buddy.
Yep, thank you guys. Have a good call on the next squad. Hopefully I can do something for you guys to talk about.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, good.
Thanks again, guys.
That's Tom Hess joining us here in the booth for an extended period of time.
So you said it's nice to have somebody to dance with?
Yeah.
Is that what McNeil said?
I think so. I think he did at the Holiday Doubles. I will tell you, it's always a treat, and I don't take it for granted when a guy like Hess or a guy like Barnes or whoever, you know, these names in bowling that have a lot of experience and are well known and have had success at the highest level come and join us for a period of time in the booth. And we like to try to show their personalities. It's not all bowling all the time during a qualifying block. We put the scoreboards on the screen so you can follow along at home and keep up with the action. We keep the scores updated online for you so you can see that. And we treat this like a talk show a lot of times through qualifying, and that's just kind of how we roll here. Of course, tomorrow when we get into the top 8 and as we – oh, yeah, look at that. Right here in front of us, we just had, what is that, the 4, 7, 8, 10 picked by Doug Hayes, or Aaron Hayes, I should say. His dad is Doug. But, yeah, tomorrow when we get into the nitty-gritty of things, we will call some bowling action for you because we do have some great bowlers that will make it into the top 8 here tomorrow afternoon. And we got a $10,000 first prize they'll be competing for. So hope you enjoyed Tom Hess here in the booth.
We're just about ready to wrap up action on lanes 5 and 6. Got a couple of frames left down on the other featured pairs. We'll bring those down to you as soon as this last ball is thrown down there.
Yeah, and then we'll take a break, and we'll be back in about an hour and 45 minutes with...
That's kind of a nice break, honestly.
Yeah, I think we will head out, grab some lunch, if you're good with that.
Yeah, that's great.
I'll probably just let you drive. How's that sound?
My truck's full in the front.
Oh, well, then we'll take my car.
Okay.
What do you got in your truck?
Stuff. Well, actually, I got a couple of bowling balls in the front seat that I was considering still taking the Nationals. I don't know which ones are going to win for sure.
Okay.
I'm taking 3 IQ tours out there that I have drilled different ways, and one of them is one that I've used probably the last 2 years almost exclusively on those kinds of shots. It just seems to always work. So I don't know if it's going to work again this year or not, but it's definitely going, that's for sure.
Yeah, those types of benchmark balls like that, or Game Breaker 2, or those sorts of balls tend to roll really well. Rob Gottschall threw 3 in the 10th to take the team title with a Game Breaker 2, and then that and the IQ Tour are very, very similar.
And I can't use that ball specifically the way it's laid out on anything around the home. I can't use it on any lead condition or anything like that. They never give me a condition around here that I can use it on. So.
Set this over here. Do I need to switch cameras? Probably?
Yeah. Bring the other pair up. There's still a 10th frame to go over there.
All right. We will take you there right now.
I'm trying to imagine what I'd be doing out here right now on this condition, and I'm seeing a lot of 2-ball frames.
They definitely get tough with the way they get broken down and pair to pair.
And my speed, or lack thereof, would not be good.
Well, that took a little longer than we anticipated, but at the same time, it flowed pretty well.
Yeah.
It felt good. Time flies when you're having fun.
Elapsed time up on our screen says 5 hours and 1 minute right now, so that's about what we were estimating earlier. Flex machine's already flying down there. This is kind of unique too, because there are people who say that bowling on lanes right after they get oiled is not optimal, that the lanes need to sit approximately 30 minutes, if not more than that, to get the oil to adhere to the lane the right way.
Yep.
So they're going to have that advantage on this squad.
Nice bowling, Farrell.
How you doing?
Good, man. Yeah, real good. If you're around later, let me know. You can come if you're in the building. I haven't had Farrell on the broadcast in a long time. If he's around later, I'd love to get some insight, check in on him, and see how he's doing since he is a leader leading the tournament. So just finishing up here, Kevin Williams, familiar face to our webcasts.
Slow hook and urethane over at the 6-pin. Looks like we have one more shot to go, Mike, on the morning squad here. And that time he tried urethane to get it to react, and it did not, as a matter of fact. Well, folks, that's going to wrap the morning squad. Kevin's was the last ball on the squad to go down the lane. We'll have some results for you pretty quickly if it's like the rest of the games. I know they were waiting for score sheets to get turned in right now, and they kind of do a small audit on them as they bring them in to make sure that the games they've got recorded are correct. So they'll be uploading the standings for after Game 8, and remember that right now what we know is that the top one quarter comes back tomorrow for 4 more games of qualifying, and that's 16 teams as it stands right now based on the number of people that we've got actually on the registration list. That's going to change based on how many re-entries we have, possibly some on the next squad and also on the evening squad tonight.
That's correct, Dennis. I enjoyed the squad this morning. I enjoyed our guests that we had stop by. It was fun giving a little bit of the business to Chris Barnes and Cameron Doyle as they bowled pretty well together. And it was nice having Tom Hess come by. And that is going to do it for the squad, as you said, here at the 2017 Boom Doubles. It's going to complete our A squad coverage, and we'll be back at about 2:20 Central Time with practice for the B squad. And don't forget, we'll also have a C squad later this evening, beginning sometime around 8 o'clock. Dennis and I are going to grab some lunch. We'll leave the stream on, and we hope you join us for B squad coming up here in about an hour and 40 minutes. Thanks for watching, everybody.